Hello.
Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4. Audio checks are for me.
Yeti. All right, my Yeti is on. You guys talk one more time.
If you
Go
have
away.
the answer, check the box.
Yay!
That should be on.
Hi.
That should be loud enough. Cool. All right,
Nice.
guys. Hi, everyone. This is a new segment, a new campaign we have going on Wednesdays, run by one of my players and also one of my DMs from before, Griffin, up top. Before we get into introducing everybody, introducing the setting and all of that, which will mainly all be Griffin, it's all going to get passed over to him after a second. I just want to give a few announcements for this week. One, thank you, Griffin, for running these Wednesdays campaign. We're going to have them, I believe,
Happy
for
to.
the next 16 sessions, we're hoping, give or take.
12 to 16.
12 to 16.
It's limited. It's just soft how the progress will go.
Exactly. And besides that, so you know, if you're interested in this one, we also have more stuff coming on Friday. Friday 1, we'll have a special announcement. 2, I'm going to have a special viewing of something before we start the game itself. And then 3, we're going to have the Gentlefolk Saga, Season 2, Session 3. And then next week we have Light Arc back on Sundays again. Then Wednesday we'll have this again. And then starting in April, we will be having our once a month schedule coming out, and you'll be able to see a lot of different content from a lot of different people. We're getting heavy with it, guys. It's great. I'm very excited to also pass off the DMing reins, because 2 full-time sessions and then a bunch of short ones is driving me crazy. So Griff, the show is yours.
Well, Benny, you are a very busy bee, but I'm glad to take a little of the weight off of you. My name is Griffin, and I have the privilege of presenting you all with a very twisted world. I've got some wonderful players here, and I have a lot of weird rules in effect that will be explained as needed. Right now, we're calling this session 0 for the Blight of Opehc, but it's technically 0.5. We kind of did a soft, like, getting the characters synced up, but this is sort of introducing the world, getting everyone on the same page, starting them off on the journey, and introducing you all to the world. So welcome, and I'll let everyone do their little introductions. If we would like to start with, let's actually bounce it back to Vinny.
Sure. I don't mind going first. Hi, I'm Vinny. Also, just my regular info, he, him, my socials, everything is right over there. Everything got cut up for a quick second because we did lose someone. We do sometimes have technical difficulties. Sorry about that. I will be playing the halfling known as Channel Rint. I am a wizard of the divination specialist, eventually, I guess. We'll learn more about that later. But that is my character, brown hair, a little bit of icy blue, really, really likes goats. And is a goat.
Let's go on to Elle.
Hi, I'm Elle. I will be playing Quills Nimble Digit. She is a gnome library assistant. She's quite a chatterbox if you get her in a good mood, but she can be nuisance when she's at work. She has auburn hair that she almost always has up in a bun, slate gray eyes, and her skin is pale for a gnome, but still very olive toned. She's eventually she will be a wizard of the illusion subclass.
Let's go on to Artemis. I guess I don't have a different name for you. Just realized.
Yeah. Yeah, hi, I'm Artemis. I go by basically any pronouns because I have not figured that one out yet. And yeah.
Fair.
I play Snips. Snips is a blue skate kobold who works as a cook or chef or whatever you want to call it at the tavern of Poppy's character. Poppy, we have just lost due to internet issues. Snips is a chronology wizard, meaning that he's just playing around with time to hopefully one day get the timing right for a perfect souffle. Character-wise, just think the dog from Up, but less stupid and more into cookery and spices and stuff.
Nice. And while we're awaiting Poppy's return, I'll reiterate that we have a couple people who have tech issues with their internet at their source, and we're just going to go through that. That's why we started a little late, but we're going to roll with it, and it should hopefully not hurt things too much the way I have this partitioned out. the confusion that you're having with people saying that they're all wizards but not yet. We start session 0 with everyone having their job, and once they get their spell books, that sort of unlocks the effect of the magical aspect of the journey. So we'll keep that in mind. I just did get a message from Poppy that they've reset their router and they're jumping back on now. So we'll give them just a second to jump on. I am handling the rules because of the way the magical journey works. The wizards are starting at an equivalent of level 6. Their spell books are starting at an equivalent of level 8 because that's where I expect them to be at the end of this whole thing. So I didn't want to have them worrying about picking spells in between. And we're using a mana system instead of the normal spell slots.
Sorry to interrupt there. Vinny, the cams are all funky right now.
I know. There's nothing I can do about it. So just let Griff go on.
Okay, sorry.
And so wizards will start at level 6. They will have an eventual level 8 result, so they're just picking their spells for level 8 flat out. I'm using mana points instead of spell slots because I want to ramp up the power differently, given that I'm starting them at a higher level. I didn't want to have this start at 0 and have to worry about chasing it up the chain. And I also kind of wanted to give them different scaling. A thing I've done to account for the fact that this is an all-wizard party and they are sort of stunted at the beginning is everyone has had the ability to pick what's any 2 weapon proficiencies or a weapon and a shield that they want. They will all be able to wear basic armor without any conflict to their spell casting. And they also get a 0.5 bonus based on their intelligence rating to their melee battle. So if they have chosen a strength-based weapon, it's strength plus half of intelligence rounded up, plus proficiency for damage and hit. So that way they're not completely stunted for combat purposes. It does seem like Poppy is making their way back on, so I think we are about ready for that introduction. And once we get Poppy, are you ready?
I believe I am.
Wonderful. Just introduce yourself and your character, and then I will introduce the world.
All right. Hi, everybody. I am Poppy Verdis, also known as Poppy V, and I am playing Auntie Avi, the hospitality tavern owning halfling. Go by she, her, both the character and myself, and you can find me mostly on TikTok at Poppy_Veritas. If that doesn't work out, sorry. I don't know what else to tell you.
One other thing that I do that is very different than most DMs is because these sessions tend to happen within the cycle of one long rest, I will have all players at the beginning of each session roll their initiative once. And that initiative will kind of take care of everything going for the entire session of play, given that, especially with online play, there's a lot of tendency for people to talk over each other by accident. This helps minimize it by giving a sense of automatic turn order over the day. So hopefully that will keep any cross-chatter minimized when it's not appropriate to a social scenario. So if everyone would please roll me initiative, and if you get 20 or higher, you can open with that.
Not bad.
It does not sound like anyone got 20 or higher, unless people are still figuring it out.
16.
Okay, 16's good. For Snips.
1 second.
Anyone get higher than 16?
Got a 12 over here.
Okay.
I got
I really like
18.
my initiative bonus.
Sharon. 18 for...
1 second, please.
Was it for Quills? 18?
Quills, yes, that was yes.
Okay.
I got an 8.
And an 8 for... I will remember characters' names eventually.
Avi.
Lyra. No, Avi. I'm looking at the Discord thing like that's going to solve it for me. The Discord is currently showing the player's character name for a different game that they play in on this channel, so it's just managing all the info. I'm sure we all understand. But, so Opehc is a small village. To give everyone a look slightly behind the curtain, I tend to run games like this when I am working on a new novel, and I'm far enough into the novel where I need to, like, kind of figure out how resilient the world is to different actors. So this is based on a fictionalized version of Chepo, Panama, where my great-grandmother comes from. And I have sort of taken the landscape itself as a influence, but then at the same time kind of like twisted it to whatever I need for the novel itself. But for the purposes of D&D and integrating with the rest of the campaigns on this channel, Opehc is a commonwealth on the material plane equivalent to a Central American village. It was started as a river port midway along the Violet Pass and is now home to around 25,000 people. As a port town, they survive mostly off tourism, shopping services, and artisan skills rather than export of a specific material. Most of its renown is due to a magical event that occurred nearly 35 years ago. A deep blight had taken hold of the woodlands outside of the town where the main roads cross through. And during that time, everything was being choked off. All travel in and out was kind of killing the town as a result of nobody being able to access the port through them. So a warrior mage, in Hispanic it is a hechicera, named Isabel Mendez, went in to stop the blight, but never came out of the woods itself, even though the blight did recede. So her success and, unfortunately, the loss of her life in the process was presumed. Since then, the Commonwealth has thrived, but the world also sort of moved on from deep magic in this area. Most people in the jobs that they have a few cantrips that they can execute reliably. Some low levels of magic are easily doable, and you'll all quickly note that, and not allowing them to start with powers of a wizard, they do each have their 2 cantrips that are associated with their job. Because I wanted to give them, and they're sort of like boosted versions. Like there's a mage hand augmentation where now it's double the ranged, can hold a lot heavier of a weight, and its movement speed is doubled. Stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is that no one really knows what happened during the day in the past. They just know that everything sort of changed since then, and they come to cope. Shallow magic is still fairly ubiquitous, and everyone has a little bit of magic that they interact with on a day-to-day basis. But 1 or 2 people per country essentially have a sense of mastery at an engineering level where they can really dial down and create ritualistic magical effects that sort of still work on that grander scale. They just require a lot more thought and development to make it happen. The only engineer in town is Josefa, and you will all be introduced to her later, as she is going to be your main entry point into the adventure. But until then, my session 0, to get you all acquainted, is its own little thing. Now, I had the privilege of working with John Lair, who is a TV creator out in LA and has done a lot of improv work. And I absorbed some tactics from him that I'm now reapplying into D&D, and I don't think have been used in this context before. But he's best known as one of the Geico cavemen originally, if that is a reference familiar to anybody from the commercials. But he is a great human and has allowed me permission to sort of play with his technique for an improv process, practice, study, game. I don't know what to call it. But our players are a blend of 2 of them have grown up in this village their whole lives, and 2 of them are new arrivals. So we will be doing some time jumps to sort of get everyone intermingled before we hit present day and sort of roll the story forward. Now, at some point about 8 years ago, sorry, I heard a notification. I just need to look back, make sure I'm not missing anything. Perfect. And remind me, who are the 2 of you who are transplants to this area? Aaron?
Ave, who just
Avi,
got
and
away again.
Both halflings, I think.
Okay.
the 2
It's
halflings.
Chenor,
That
yeah,
is-
and Avi.
I will kind of need both of the transplants to be here for this, actually.
I think
That's already a first hiccup.
I think Poppy's
Poor
here,
Poppy.
but not here.
And
Oh,
now
there
she's
you
gone.
Cool.
Yeah.
The one nice thing is, I think I just made up a backup setup, which doesn't look perfect, but at the very least won't cut us off.
Hey, it's like that Hannah Montana song. Nobody's
Let me see.
perfect.
Is there any other information I can provide early on?
Just one thing. The first thing a lecturer at my uni told us is no matter what, technology will let you down.
I never believe that. This is minor inconveniences for fantastic trade-off and like the amount of convenience you get for the minor
Oh.
hassles it provides. Huge
Oh, no.
disparity.
No, it's not in a way of it will let you down, don't use it, but just have a backup plan. So if you want to give
Fair.
a presentation, have it saved on not only one stick, but also, I don't know, send it to you via email or something like that.
And that is a great philosophy for everyone to take hold of. Some
Mm-hmm.
other rules that viewers will notice and immediately sense something wrong with if you are familiar with D&D is I don't have enemies in the turn order if combat occurs. I have what I call reaction-based combat, where to keep things feeling more real-time, what a person's player is doing to an enemy, the enemy has a list of reactions already pre-distributed that they can access once per game. So, like, if being attacked with a melee weapon, they might do one thing in response. If being shot at with an arrow, they might do a different thing in response. Some of them will preempt the attack, some of them will be a reaction to it. But they all kind of interact with the world that way, and if nothing happens to them, they have a reaction to being uninteracted with for a round. So it kind of, you'll notice that the turn orders are less important for the non-players that way. There are time limits for turns for players, which, given the technology things, I might have to lighten up on a little bit. But for the purposes of if we were in combat right now and Poppy is unavailable, the player would automatically have their character have the dodge action until they are available to reassert control of their character. So they kind of go into a panicked state in story if they are not being driven effectively in the moment. That also occurs if a player is not ready when called on. Intelligence modifiers I already explained. TKO rule. This is fascinating one for me. So there is some min-maxing, obviously, in D&D that causes people to engage with combat in a way that is a little bit takes tactical advantage of the fact that hit point damage that can kill a player is more efficient to just give them one hit point and then let them keep getting knocked back down with that healing whack-a-mole approach, essentially, where they just keep bouncing back because you can't overkill something with that attack typically. So it's more effective for them to kind of manage combat that way. I have a TKO rule where after 4 actual falls in a row you die, so it's always better to mitigate that, and you kind of like get exhaustion after the second one and further exhaustion after the third one. But it kind of manages things to keep that whack-a-mole effect from going. I see Poppy is back. So, do you have a question, Vinny? Or was that just you pointing out? Yeah. Okay. So, Poppy, are you good at the moment?
We'll see.
Okay. So we're
I
gonna
restarted and updated. We're gonna find out.
Let's see if you can hold out for just long enough to get through the session 0 time jumps.
Dear God, I hope so.
So, you and Charon find yourselves on a sailing barge, the sailing barge Gordo. It is a merchant vessel, very large vessel. It mostly handles traveling with big shipments of things down and upriver, and it's on its way to Opehc. It's a 2-week journey from where you boarded. You don't know each other at the time, but you do find yourselves both seated at the same table in the passenger's galley, and as that is eye shot of each other, the usual small talk from other people at the table starts kicking up, and the question kind of gets posited to the table itself that what exactly got you on this ship? Are you leaving something behind or heading towards a goal? And what are you hoping to find in Opehc? And the two of you find yourselves sharing a moment in private discussion as you explore those topics. Go.
Allow you to open if you wish. You have anything? All right. Well.
Oh no.
Wow. This is not going to work.
Oh.
Oh, thank God.
Abby's feeling very secluded today.
Oh. This goes against her whole happy-go-lucky halflingness.
Did you
goes
hear
against
everything I
everything.
said before you dropped off?
Well, there was a mechanical stutter, and then there was no sound. I saw your lips moving, and then Vinny's lips moving, and so I had to disconnect to hear things. I'm
Okay.
back now.
I will reiterate, and we'll try this one more time.
I
So you two
apologize.
You two are on the same sailing barge on your way to Opehc. It's a 2-week journey, and you find yourselves at the same table during a mealtime. Somebody at the table has posited, asking everyone at the table, what is bringing you to Opehc, like what you're hoping to find there, and what you're leaving behind, if anything, and why you've chosen to take this journey. So you two get kind of caught in your own little one-on-one discussion during that. So discuss.
Let you open first if you have something. Ladies first.
Well, thank you kindly, but I ain't got nothing to add to that. I'm simply going to see the land where my father was born. He came a little bit further out, met my ma, and he always talked about it. And he always talked about the food. Damn, do I want to taste that food so bad. So I'm making the journey out. And gonna try and make something of myself.
Always a good goal. Always a good goal. I don't really care
What
about.
about yourself?
I don't really care about making something of myself. There are places that can't take care of their people as well. Sometimes, they can't. They can't. Some people don't know how to set a bone correctly. Some people just don't know how to sew up a wound correctly. I learned enough where I was, but I want to learn more. But I don't need the praise or anything. I want to be the reason someone survives. I want that chance to say, if I wasn't here, you're one more person that exists because of me.
So you're one of those scholarly types, but one of the good ones, right?
I wouldn't say that. I don't.
Oh, please. You know how to set a bone and all that medical mumbo jumbo.
Well,
All I know is how to stir a good pot of soup.
Well, if you know how to set a bone, you also know how to break a bone a little bit, kind of. So I wouldn't say I'm the good scholarly type. Scholarly, yes.
Well.
Good is a debatable subject.
Well, and I think you're mighty fine. And I think we're going to get along just fine. I'm Avi, by the way. Avelina. But most people just call me Avi.
Oh, Chanor. Rint? You can call me Rint. Some people just call me Rint. I don't know why. It's my last name, but I don't know why people call people by last names, like their first names. I don't know.
What do you want me to call you?
What? Griff, what did you say?
I feel personally attacked by that. Griffin's my last name for the viewers.
Damn it. Moment ruined. No.
I know, I'm so sorry, I couldn't help it.
You can call me Channel or Ren. Again, I don't know, it's just weird, but Channel works.
I'll call you Chanor. That's quite a nice name. I ain't never heard it before.
What's your favorite animal? I thought she was mentally frozen, but apparently she's digitally frozen. Is that where that scene closes? What's your favorite animal? Fades to black.
Then it got weird. No,
Shit. Wait, no, come on.
We can hear
it.
Please.
We got you.
I'm gonna start crying. I'm gonna start crying eventually. It's gonna happen. All right. No. Avi had a moment to pause, and then I had a moment to pause. Unwilling.
Did you hear me ask what your favorite animal was?
Yeah, I heard. Well, Lord, I don't know. I suppose. Well, I reckon I don't know. Back where I'm from, we don't really have much. We do have some coyotes and such, and they're nice to look at. Mean as all get out, but I just don't like them that much. They ate all the chickens, which wasn't really nice. I mean, although I did learn how to shoot a few in the ass, if you know what I mean.
Well, I don't know if there's a lot of different ways that could go, so yes, I do.
No, I reckon you're right. I suppose. Well, I'm going to have to think about that for a little bit. Well, you tell me what yours is.
When we get to town, you can tell me yours. I like goats.
Goats?
Yeah. They're fun. They can stand on almost any surface. They can eat just about anything, and they can go buck wild, literally, on whoever the hell they want because they don't give a shit. They also sometimes
I
faint
suppose
when they
that's
get
true.
scared too much, which is like the exact opposite of everything else.
That's amazing. How'd you learn that?
We don't talk about that anymore.
Oh.
And time jump. So, you have that exchange. After that little non sequitur, things go quiet for just a minute. The rest of the table kind of breaks off into different discussions. You meet a couple of the other passengers, no big deal. But time passes. You maybe see each other passing once or twice, but you don't really get another discussion until there's 2 days left in the journey. Cabin fever's sort of getting to everyone on board, and there's a few gambling tables that have popped up in the galley from time to time, and usually it's not for real money, but today, one table has a lot of players and people around are watching this older dwarf, and somebody at your table announces, "Hey, that dwarf over there's cheating, those kids!" And the two of you look over, and you each spot from your angle that he does have a card palmed in his hand, and now you both have the thought, and you kind of share that glance of, should we be involved in this? Discuss.
You said taking from the kids? From kids specifically?
Yeah, younger, more naive passengers. Like, not children, but like, people younger than you, and people who are clearly not as aware of such things. I think in my circles, we'd say they're not fast company.
They're
Oh, sad.
naive a bit.
No.
Bless their hearts.
Could I ask for
And not traumatized
Could I
yet.
ask for one more bit of information about this
Absolutely.
old man? Does it look like he needs this money to survive, or is it to get by, or is it to get off?
He looks a little gruff, but it looks gruff in that style of intention. There is sort of like an older, sort of more experienced soul who has traveled a lot, but not so much like a vagabond, or not someone doing poorly, or not someone who's like trying to look intimidating. They just look a little worn from wear.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Is he wearing a coat?
A coat? I mean, the waters are probably a little chilly journey, so yeah, he's probably got a jacket.
Okay, cool.
I would also like to note that the person at your table who said this didn't say it loud enough that like the whole room has heard it. So it is literally just somebody pointing it out that you two are here. A couple other people heard it. The kids don't know yet. The guy doesn't know he's caught out yet.
Gotcha. So it's a secret moment that, depending on what you do.
You two could just let it slide. You could decide it's not your problem, or you could go be intervening, or you could be creative.
Oh, I want to ask one more question. How do these
Absolutely.
kids look? Do they look like they're hurting for the money?
No, they probably look about the same means level. Like, but you know how much this journey cost. I mean, it wasn't the cheapest thing in the world. It's cheaper than commercial, but but then like public common travel. I don't know what to call it differently, but like because it's a commercial vessel, you're kind of like getting by on cheaper passageways or passage because of the fact that it's not accommodating to people normally. Like everyone's living in bunks. Like this is sort of discount travel, so you have to assume there's a reason for that.
Well, I guess I'll look over at Channer and well, I reckon that's not quite fair. What do you think?
There's definitely like a pain in Chandler's eyes. It's just like, I don't like that. I really don't like that. I don't know.
Neither do I.
I don't know how much we can do about it, but
Oh, I reckon we could do quite a bit. You said you know how to set a bone?
I did.
And you also know how to break it, don't you?
We'll see how
Now,
well.
I'm not saying we need to break a bone. Because here's the thing. I know how to charm people. And I know just what to do to get inside that man's pockets. I need you to make sure that doesn't fuck up.
This is gonna end really badly. I can already tell you this, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
Probably, but think about it like this. What other stories are you going to tell around the table with the pint of beer or ale?
By the
You
time
pick
we're
your
done with
poison.
this conversation, he's probably gonna get away. We should probably.
Oh, hush up now. And I go up to the man.
I mean, I was about to say, like, you guys could chat a bit about this, because, again, he doesn't know he's caught. He's not in a hurry yet. He still just
Right.
kind of, like, thinks he's milking a table.
Yeah.
But
I want
by all
to
means.
go up to the man. And at this point, I am the age that I was when I moved to Opehc, correct? Which was
Yes.
19. So I'm 19.
Yeah, this is
So
your
I'm
arrival
young.
time, yeah.
Okay, so I'm young. I look like one of these kids. Okay, cool. Perfect.
Yeah, you're probably in the same age bracket.
Cool. Awesome. I'm gonna walk up to the table. I'm gonna shoot a quick wink at Channer. Just like, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be all good.
I mean, there's a couple other people standing around and watching, so, like, you just joining them doesn't draw a lot of attention. But a couple glances, you know, you're smiling, somebody smiles back. Everyone's very polite. This has been a journey, but there's, you know, just general trying to get some energy burnt off to.
Right. Okay.
Gotcha. I don't know what we have on us, but if I have my quarterstaff at the very least, I'm just gonna like also approach to watch and just lean against it, like pretty close to the guy, but not next to the guy. Or a staff.
And we have a cantrip
piece
around
of
this
wood.
time?
A piece of wood.
You both have your 2 cantrips that come with your jobs.
Okay,
presuming that you trained for your job elsewhere before you kind of like made it your business here. And yeah, you don't have full weaponry or armor, but a quarterstaff I'm going to allow. But you will, if you do choose to do physical combat, you'll be rolling at disadvantage. Just so you're clear.
It's gonna be amazing.
It's more a prop than anything. That was the.
Oh, totally fair.
I'm gonna
see
walk up.
what Avi's doing.
I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna
From a
say,
tactical question for Chanor,
yes.
did you come up in Avi's shadow, or did you circle around to the other side of the table? Like, where have you placed yourself in position based on Avi's choice of position?
No idea about Avi's choice of position. My positioning is going to be back right of where this person's sitting. So, like, if this person's facing this way, I'm at their, like, 5 o'clock.
Got it. So you're positioning off that. Avi, where are you choosing to place yourself at the table when you approach? Oh, no.
I do love the face that we got for this one, though.
We had such good progress for a couple of minutes.
It was very good. Oh, that's the end of the session.
This is such a great photo. I want to capture that.
Take a screen.
Oh, it's being recorded.
Just
yeah.
I know it's being recorded, but I want an instant.
By
I
all
want to
means,
lord
I'm
it
not
over her
stopping it.
head. Lording it over her head.
Can you have
All
a
right, well,
second storyline going on while this is going on, Griff?
Yeah, we can jump to the other one. But they kind of like intermingle in a bit, so it's fine.
Gotcha. Sorry.
All right, so let's jump over. That is.
Wait.
Okay.
We got a
Is she here?
movement.
Hi.
Blink. She blinks.
Yep, she's here.
Okay.
Here, well, it's still showing that I'm loading, so I'm just gonna believe y'all. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Where is? Real quickly, say it very quickly before the internet goes out again. Where are you?
I'm right behind the guy.
Okay, cool. I'll make sure not to set you on fire then.
Can you not hear
Nope,
her?
I can't. I have to jump out and in. I'm sorry. Be right back. I'm disconnecting because the audio isn't reaching me for the audience purposes.
Gotcha.
Okay. Can everyone else hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
We got Griff back.
Apologies.
Okay, I can hear you now. Great.
Cool.
So
it's right behind the guy. I'll try not to set you on fire.
Okay, so yeah, where have you placed yourself in comparison?
Myself?
Yes.
I am going to sidle up onto the guy's. Which hand is his least dominant? Can I tell?
Roll me a quick insight check.
Insight? Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Because when I restarted everything, nothing opened back up. I didn't realize that till just now. 1 second. Okay. Insight. Alright, I'm gonna roll. Alright, where is it?
Oh my god, what was that?
Yeah, that whatever you did when you moved, like scraped your microphone or something.
Oh shoot, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on, I think it was my earring. Better?
Got it.
You're good.
Insight. Oh shoot, dude. What's 13 plus 5?
18.
18.
Yeah, if anyone ever is bad at the math, you can just say the numbers. I am really good at doing math in my head.
Okay, then it's 15.
So yeah, 18. 18 is solid,
18.
and you get a sense of, based on the fact that he's palming the card in his right hand, that his left hand is probably the lesser dominant hand.
Cool. I guess I'm going on his left then.
I would like to note for the viewing audience, for fact-based purposes, that that is incorrect. But when somebody is a mechanic and they do a lot of pressure movements with one hand, it tends to be their weaker hand because they don't ever want that to be the one of focus. But for an 18,
I was
the
going to
obvious
say, I
answer
know
is
how
going to be
I play
obvious.
cards.
Yeah.
I fidget with my dominant hand. I just dropped a pin with my non-dominant hand. Mm-mm.
I have done card mechanics and I like play with objects, but I always do it in the hand I'm not drawing with. So this hand has far more dexterity, whereas this one's very specific to certain mechanical movements. It's very weird. But Poppy seems frozen again to me, and I can't tell if that's true or not.
Wait.
Yep.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm having
Yep, it's frozen.
frozen.
Okay. We're gonna jump. We've got a cut to black on this conflict moment. Yeah, I was allowed to talk for too long on that side note before she moved, and that's too obvious. All right. For those of you who are locals, you've lived in Opehc your whole life, and you have been the thick of thieves for the last decade. You're out for dinner, the two of you, and you realize there is some disagreement about the recollection of how you two have met. I want each of you to discuss what circumstance you think you met the other person in, and then argue about it with the two of you.
Uh,
Uh,
how old are we in that
yeah.
circumstance? Just roundabout.
Is this
This is your current age in game.
Oh, okay.
current age in game? Okay, so I'm early 30s. You're early
I'm
20s?
early 20s, yeah. Early to mid.
Okay. Right.
And so you would have run into each other when you were younger, obviously. You just would have at least seen each other around town, but at some point you would have met. I want each of you to pitch what you think that was.
Well, Snips?
Well,
Hi.
I mean, if I remember correctly, I met you shortly before I began working at Hilda's. For the audience, Hilda is my former employer who runs an herbalist shop, and Snips quit that job because he's absolutely not good with following measurements, which makes him a good cook, but a very bad apothecary. Um, so no, Poppy left. So I
Keep going.
I think I met you shortly before starting at Hilda's, and I was trying to rent out a book at the library, something like that. I think I actually have. No, I do not have that book anymore. I have returned it.
Yeah, no, you didn't return that book. You're still missing it. I talked to you about that book last year and the year before and the year
Well,
before
what
and the
book
year
is it
before.
if you already know it's missing?
You were okay, so Hilda's, right?
Yeah.
Hilda's, right? So that's the apothecary. You rented out a book on local herbs, and I'm still missing it. Did you
Oh, wait,
accidentally like bake it into a lasagna or something? Like what'd you do?
Excuse me, you do not bake lasagna.
Goes into an oven type situation, doesn't it?
Don't worry. So what do you think?
Well, I think I need that book back, but whatever. I thought that we just bumped into each other and you splashed me with your hot chocolate and I dropped a book on your toe right over there.
Excuse me, woman. I have never splashed anyone with my hot chocolate. I'd rather drink it than splash it on people.
And you were
Well,
mid sip
I mean,
snips.
I mean, I. Oh.
my brand new navy blue cardigan. Doused
See,
in
I
chocolate.
remember that cardigan, but I don't
Yes,
remember the
because
hot
it has a
chocolate.
giant brown stain, and everyone asks me if it's that kind
I
of
thought you
stain.
dropped something on it all yourself.
You dropped something on it.
I did not.
Look, I have a wonderful memory. You spilled your hot chocolate.
Um,
So
Sorry, this is
at
Elle
this
laughing.
I
at this point, somebody else at the table is just kind of watching this go down, and they're like, I mean, I was there the first time you two we were at one of Yeselina's performances, and you two recognized each other because you were already sitting next to each other. That's the first time I remember you guys actually hanging out and having a conversation. It sounds like you each noticed each other in different moments for very obvious reasons.
I mean, I guess. But by the way, where are we right now when
We're
this
At
at
takes
dinner
place?
at a bar. You're just at a bar.
Oh, okay.
at a bar.
Probably the one at the hotel.
A bar. Oh, perfect. Well,
There's
I
like a
mean,
little resort in town where it's like the nicer place when people are, looking to eat out in a more social capacity as opposed to, get food and settle down under a tree or whatnot.
mm,
suppose
I
that
mean,
So
possibly could be it.
I
let's time jump again.
guess so.
It's been a few weeks since that conversation. And you are now a few weeks later, after having the correction of the moment when one of the people at the table who sort of like pinned it down as that other thing, you have decided to schedule a friendiversary to like not forget it again in the future. But it is for that performance of the same performer that was mentioned before. You realize, hey, this is a great landmark. Yesenia only, or I'll get this correct. I said Yeselina a minute ago, but it's Yesenia. This only performs like once every other year, and maybe once a year at most. So it's kind of like a big thing in town, and you realize that given that your friendiversary was basically marked by a previous performance, that you would use that as sort of your clock from now on. And there's a performance coming up, but you both realize that the last 3 times that Yesenia, god damn it, I wrote the name, I know this name, has performed, that you all missed it in the previous iterations. So, what actually caused you to miss the last performance as you two were discussing, like, how you missed it last time and you're looking forward to this one? Like, what made you miss the last time that this person was performing?
Overtime
Uh,
at the shop. Um,
yeah,
so you remember that feud AB has going on with just her competitor, the
right,
whole
yeah.
flour chalk situation. Last time,
Oh no, sorry, we're not
oh,
at that point yet.
we're
Oh,
not. Okay, never
You
mind
two
then.
have not met the two transplants yet.
oh,
Oh, okay. Sorry.
oh. So we're definitely
So
a little younger
we're a
than
lot
we
younger
expected.
then.
But it may be a year or two. Like you're within, like they're about a decade before. You guys are a little bit. It doesn't matter. Play.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, go
you were
on.
working overtime at Hildy's?
Uh, yeah, that just I don't know. Do you remember? I think it was 2.5 years ago or so that some people we actually had a lot of cases of just some people coming in with sniffles and no one really knew why, and we were just working overtime making cough syrup and some stuff, and yes, somehow we kind of ran out of ingredients and had to substitute some herbal remedies for chemical ones. It was a whole thing.
Remember that? I had to miss it because I drew the short straw about the late night restocking. Everybody else got to go to
Ooh.
Yesenia's performance, and I had to stay back at the library.
Yeah,
So we were both pulling
restocking
overtime.
is never fun.
It's fun when it's not a performance. I find it quite enjoyable, but that's just because I am who I am.
I don't know. I really dislike having to take stock. I mean, I notice it's useful and I notice it's necessary, so you don't randomly run out of ingredients for cough medicine. But
Right.
again, it's I don't know about it. It's a chore.
It's mind-numbing work, which is why
Yes,
I have a
exactly.
tendency to enjoy it because there's no idiots yapping my ear off.
Right. Time pause.
Well, you do have
So
me though.
as you have locked in these plans and like discussed how you missed it last time, you're coming up on the actual event for the Friendiversary, and this time it is the show gets canceled 2 days before on her end, and you unexpectedly now have the nights out still already taken off of work. So now I want the two of you to figure out what you want to do with the evening instead of the performance that you expected to go see.
I could go to the hotel bar again, although we do that regularly.
Yeah. Do you think we have a problem? I mean, the last time she performed, we weren't there, and now we were going to be there, and she cancelled 3 days prior.
Hmm. Maybe she just hates us. You think it's us? Do
I
you think we're the
I
problem?
I don't know. I haven't met her yet, so I mean, maybe I guess.
Only in passing, but like, she probably wouldn't recognize my face. Hmm.
I mean, I'm a kobold and I'm blue, so I'm fairly noticeable, I think, especially with the little one. And
Yes, but we're
Snips
both quite timid.
usually has a little crab just sitting on their
I will intercede for a
shoulder, I
moment
guess.
and note that this performer is not ever really seen around town, even though you know that they're local. But also, I do realize that I did kind of muddle up the time jumps there, and you were right to call me out on it. But I'm trying to fix the fact that I had to like fill in the weirdness of cutting in and out. This should have gone in a different order.
It's okay.
All good. All
It's
good.
okay.
Continue.
Okay,
Also,
so
Snips is book smart. Snips is not a very wise one.
okay, so do we want to get food? Do we want to go to a bar with dancing? Although I don't know if that's really either of our scene.
Uh,
Do we want to just chill at one of our houses places and gossip about
I mean,
shit that went
I
down at
guess we could grab some food and just I don't know, have a nice evening.
a nice evening? We could have a picnic in
I
the park.
Yeah. I do know a very nice place that sells hot chocolate, so we might drop by there.
If you spill it on me this time,
I never spilled it on you.
if you spill it on me this time, you owe me a new sweater.
Well, I guess that's fair.
Thank you.
Neat. All right. So you two end up having a nice picnic out. Poppy, are you back and interactive?
I'm back. I'm
So I can't hear
interactive. I
them,
don't
but
know for
everyone else
how
can in that
long.
moment.
Uh,
No? Nobody else can hear Poppy?
um, uh,
Yeah.
Did
I could hear her a second ago.
Okay, then I need to do the jump
Can
in and
anyone
out
hear
again
me?
because I'm not hearing
No?
anything. So hold on.
Yeah?
I can
You can
wait?
hear me? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, well, we can hear. Well, yeah. Hey.
It doesn't take me long. It's just unfortunate that the data works this way. Poppy. Uh-oh.
And now they left again.
They didn't leave. Just think their video is loading.
Ooh.
Wait,
Poppy, can you still hear us?
the face that it's frozen on looks like she is
Oh, you have a
done.
face? I just
All right.
have squares.
I
I
only have
I
a
do have a
scrolling
face.
globe.
Hold on. If she keeps it, I'll send it in the chat.
Oh, wait, so she is there? Can you hear her?
No, she's
Hi.
frozen for me.
Okay.
Oh,
As long as you can
there we are.
talk, that's all that matters.
Wait, she's moved, but
Poppy?
not. She's frozen again.
Hi.
I can
Hi.
hear you.
You can
Oh,
hear me?
gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Griffin,
Hello.
what would you... I don't think this
Time jump.
problem's going to end anytime soon.
Okay.
So,
Well, then I suggest for now that if this is going to be recurring, that you should probably drop out and
Yeah.
just observe from outside if that doesn't screw up things for Vinny with the layout.
I mean, I'm gonna have to move things, but that's fine. We can worry about that during break. I have a secondary setup that we can switch to.
Okay.
Could you switch to just audio for now?
I could certainly try.
Actually, yeah, if
Well,
that works.
Do y'all want to try that for a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, the setup
Work
won't
Would
look.
limit the amounts of stuff your
Yeah,
PC has to
it
do.
won't look perfect, but it'll show everybody, and it should work. So
Okay. Sounds good. Also, I might have to pop out for a bit to drop off that thing that we were talking about before we
Gotcha.
started.
Okay.
Because she's finally arriving. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Okay.
All right, so you two are in that moment where you're over the dwarf's table.
Yep.
How are you progressing, Poppy? This is your show as far as I understood it, and
Yeah,
Channer is there as backup.
yeah.
Cool. I I am on his left side, correct? How much money do I have right now, did you say?
You're probably carrying about 3 or 4 gold.
3 or 4 gold? Cool. I'd take out one of those gold. And I say, "Whew, I'm so bored on this boat. Damn, I hope we get there soon. Can someone deal me? What are we playing?" And I look over at the dwarf. I'm like, "What are we playing?"
It's just a normal, a shared pot game. So everyone gets 2 cards, and you get a couple laid out in the middle. You have to make a 5-card hand.
Oh Lord, I don't know how to play anything like this. Can you teach me?
Oh, that might be better served for one of the non-money games. Like, there's a lot of casual games going on. That might be better for a teaching moment.
Oh, well, I ain't got nothing, and I'm bored as all hell. And you know what? I tend to be pretty lucky, so I think I'll be okay. But if you don't want to teach me, that's all right. I'll find someone else to teach me. Shoot.
I'm just saying, if you're looking to
Well,
kill time, it's still easy enough to do without, putting your money at risk or us having to, change the pace. There's a flow going.
oh, well, you don't want another player?
Just probably wouldn't be the most efficient. And some of the other kids at the table are like, we could try to walk you through it, but yeah, it's gonna slow everything else down for sure.
Oh,
They're
I'm
not really
sorry.
for or
I
against.
don't
They're all
mean to
just
be
sort
a
of like
burden
reiterating
on
that
anybody.
and yeah, they're basically like iterating the point as that being the thing, but they're not really. The rest of the table's not really for or against it, and the dwarf's not really like putting a foot down, just strongly suggesting like. And then as this is going on for a moment, like one of the other tables is like, "We got an open seat over here. We're just playing for buttons."
I don't want your seat. I want to play over here. I look over at him and I say,
Roll me a deception check,
No.
because now you're acting suspicious.
"Oh shit! Well,
Should have just charmed him.
I should have just started with my plan. I need a deception check."
Yep.
All right, come on, baby. Ooh, 7.
Yeah, as you turn down the other table, it was just basically like, huh. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking to learn, that's probably your best bet. But I don't think we can help you if you're.
I'm sorry.
That's
I've
not gonna
had
work
a
for you.
few too many. I've had a few too many, so I'm acting mighty uncouth. I'm sorry.
Okay, it happens to the best of us. I mean, heck,
What's your name,
I've
by the
had
way?
my moments for sure.
You've been so kind to me. What's your name?
Igor.
Agor?
Igor. Yep.
Agor. It's
Named
nice to
after my
meet you,
father.
Agor.
Nice to meet
Oh,
you.
well, that's mighty nice. I was named after my great grandma.
Yeah, I love family names. They always have so much history in them.
Oh, my name is Evelina, but my daddy took my mama's name, so my last name is Oak Blossom.
That's a wonderful name. And then
Oh,
one of
isn't
the
it?
kids elbows and be like, "Hey, it's your turn." He's like, "Oh shoot,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do
raise."
you mind
And
if I just watch?
no, that's yeah.
I won't play. I just want to watch because y'all seem to be doing really well, and I'll go over there and play in a bit. I just want to watch. Is that okay?
No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah,
Thank you.
nobody objects. Nobody objects. And he like turns and goes to shake her hand with the hand that he had the card palmed in, and you notice that the card's gone now.
Oh, well, that was a neat trick. What'd you just do there? Is that how you play the game?
I just shake hands.
Well, you had a card in your hand, and then you slipped it to that person.
I clearly don't. And then the other person just sort of is like, yeah, no, I don't know.
Well, oh, I know what it is, and I use Mage Hand to pull the card out of the sleeve.
Yeah, Mage Hand slides up the sleeve and doesn't find a card there.
Oh goodness! Oh, that is a good magic trick. Y'all good at this. You know, we ain't never had anything like this back in my hometown.
At the kids are starting to be like, is anyone with her? Is she okay?
Can I try and figure out where that card went?
You can roll me a perception check, but it's gonna have to be off the clock for this to even work.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Question,
Do you
Griff.
have enough
Do I
table
have-
points to force a crit?
Do I have my portent rolls?
No, we don't have. Yeah, those aren't triggered yet.
Cool. Just figured I'd double check.
No worries.
It's an 8.
Yeah, no, you're like puzzling. The Mage Hand is now poking him in 3 different pockets. He's like, I don't understand what's going on here.
Well, good night. Go away.
Do you leave the area? Do you go back to your table?
I go back to my table, but I am dead eyeing that guy like, where the fuck is that card? I saw that card. You saw that card. We know where that card was. I look him in the eye as I'm walking away like, I know what you did.
He gives you one of those looks where he's like, yeah, that like he sees your suspicion and he just sort of is like, I know, you can't, it's fine. And it's all in the eyes.
I hate him. My newest
I
enemy.
love him.
Out of character, I love him. In character, I fucking hate him.
When you get back to the table, and Chandler, I'm assuming you head back over too, or are you going to hang in that same spot?
I'm gonna hang for a moment.
Hell yeah.
Just out of curiosity.
Get him, Channer.
Given the angle that you were like watching from, I'm going to assume you were vaguely in earshot, but you hear the guy at the table be like, yeah, no, I mean, once you like started talking to him, that card left. I missed where it went to. I don't know what happened, but he didn't pass it to the person though. But that was, yeah, it's no idea. But like the person, like he's confirming you're not crazy, if anything else.
You're all
If I
crazy.
sit for a little bit, does that extra card come back?
No, at this point, like you definitely notice that now he's like playing extra. Actually, roll me a perception check. You just got to beat a 14, but you'll see it. But if not, I'll explain for narrative purposes. But
Got a -1. Ooh, but I rolled well. 18 -1, 17.
okay.
Hell
So
yeah.
at some point, when it cuts back to his shuffle, you do briefly catch the flick of like the card that he had palmed going back into the deck as he's shuffling. So like the window's gone, but it's clear that he knows that there were eyes on him. So he is cleaning up and he's no longer pressing his manipulation. So if nothing else, you still prevented further cheating, but you did not catch him in the act.
We stopped him from cheating anymore.
Well, yeah. I don't want to even say anything to him. I want to just give him a pat on the back as he's dealing. And depending on how much control you let me have, just let a little, like, a little twitch of shock from my shocking grasp just, like, graze his ear as I do it. But it's up to you how much is controlled.
Oh, absolutely. So it's not a damage dealing thing. It's just sort of a like,
Yeah,
good
just
job, heads up. But yeah, he does sort of like, oh, he gives you a look. He's like, I stopped, all right? Like, real quiet under his breath.
I
I gotta go.
gotcha.
All right, let's take our break now because this is actually a really good spot. Because the next scene you're all going to meet at the next time jump. So
Gotcha.
yeah, this is probably best.
Can I take
So we're gonna take
a break? Yeah.
10, 15 minutes. Hopefully this will continue going well with the camera not on with the audio. So hopefully things go smoothly. Thank you for sticking with us during this limp into start. You win a few.
Put it back, put it back, put it back, put it back!
I put it back!
I mean, when you take it out because you are strong, you feel like whatever it was attached to on the inside it snaps away from. So like it's like pulling out a weed. So like you can put it back on top, but it's just gonna sit there. It's not gonna be in the ground again, so to speak.
We definitely just killed this guy. Like, killed this guy. Oh, fuck.
Fantasy world. Why would birds in a building be the weirdest
Because
thing?
they shit everywhere,
Okay.
sir. The sanitation laws alone.
Look.
Silver birds.
Look, silver
Silver
birds,
birds. It's
silver
okay.
birds. Oh, I heard a thunk that was definitely not part of the routine. Turned around and someone let the body hit the floor. I don't know who. Yeah, you want to use that? I'm gonna make it fit.
I'm gonna be like,
Round. How we feeling, guys?
I am
Not
not
great,
feeling
not great.
good.
Just fucking peachy.
Cool.
did I take any damage from that real quick?
Oh, you took 14 damage. Thank you for reminding me.
So happy to help.
Never remind him.
Hey, did we have homework last night?
That was
I'm not drowning.
that was
I am sleeping so good.
that was kind of the
Having a nice time.
that was kind of the energy that got tossed out.
Because I'm not sure I understand.
Is she acting good because she thinks acting good is going to keep everybody together, or is she just acting good because she got it all out of her system the night before?
She got most of it out of her system, so she's mellowed out.
Okay, that's all I was
for
asking.
now.
Mellowette? Like just a little mellow? A small mellow?
She's
You
mellowed.
had to see that coming.
I'm hanging up now.
Hi, Mel.
And maybe you guys are able to stealth around in the zoo. The animals are helping you. They don't know what you're doing, but they like go in front of you when the time is right.
Help.
Missy is very noticeable. I would say Missy probably does not help. But like there's a giant elk who's just like standing there, takes 2 steps forward to block your view, to block the view for a second, 2 steps back. So yeah, you guys are able to spy as these two go around and, you know, check out like all the animals. That was creepy.
It's the makeup. Navigating the freaking app.
No, you're fine.
There we go. Okay. I was like, I don't know where things are. 22.
Oh shit.
You're blending into the backgrounds.
Ooh.
All that green.
With the green, bright neon green
Yeah,
almost.
like you do. Sprig, are you getting
Filled with
involved?
necrolions.
Are you getting involved at all, or are you just?
Do you
Rep is a company.
Do you have an airship?
We know a guy.
Eyes flick back over to Pent again and be like, I think we're taking... You know another guy?
We know all the guys.
Unless you guys want to hear the first and last line of the prequel to Lady Twilight. Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Alright. Let me find it then.
Do it,
So,
bitch.
this is the prequel because it's how Lady Twilight came to be. And it goes, the first line is, when death first met life, his heart started. This so because it had never beat before. And then the end of the tale goes, when death first met life, his heart started. When life first met death, hers stopped.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
very
I was proud of that.
Oh. I would absolutely buy
good.
that. Where's my fan?
That's my wife.
Damn.
This is why I write stories.
Fuck
Why
yeah,
I
dude.
can pay for them
Are you
someday.
published?
Alright.
No, not yet.
That?
Girl.
Sure.
I want to try.
Sure.
Cool. She grabs him, pulls him in for a quick little kiss, and then pushes him away. And she's like,
Yes!
He says, oh, that was great, but what was the thing you wanted to try?
"Yeah,
I love
it was
how
that."
oblivious he is.
I love him so much.
Himbo! Himbo! Oh my god, I have my own Ricky.
Cool. So Kind immediately locks eyes on Yvette and like starts swinging a hand back to start casting some shit.
Nope.
That
No.
also gets fucking
No.
ready.
No. No.
Bells,
No.
Bells
No.
is gonna jump in between.
Wizard duel. Anyways.
No. No. This is the real one. This one's my
They
fiance.
just saved you. They just saved you.
I just healed your ass. I'll take it back.
All right. All right.
Bells is
It's
fluttering
this
in the air in
freeze up.
between Kind and Yvette.
Okay. She kind of just processes for a second and she just goes, "This ass is reserved. Thank you very much." And just gets up and starts dusting herself off.
I really want like pixie form of like Eldritch Blast.
That's not me, though.
All right, Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Or does Doctor do it?
I can drive the ship normally.
Say it with a bit more confidence when you say it to them, though.
I can drive the ship normally.
Take this.
Take the normally out.
And,
Here, have your wine.
Please.
You know what?
I
You
can
know what,
drive
then-
the ship.
Perfect, and we will talk you out.
Yes.
I love
Great
the coach.
Didn't we? I just talked to you guys.
Yes, darling, catch up.
It doesn't matter. You've been gone for 6 months and you didn't say a word.
That's not that long.
At this
I'm
mo-
sorry, you up and left your partner for 6 months without a single word. Do you have any idea how often I try to talk to my girlfriend because I can't see her that often?
Friend?
Like, what the fuck
sorry.
is your problem?
I'm sorry. Who are you?
At this time,
it.
Bells and
Friends?
Bara appear as well.
My name's Kind. It is not my pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
It's water.
Ooh. I like this.
Um,
I like your
and
funny
I-
words, Magic Man.
and I am going to open the stopper, point it directly at this Goliath sitting in front of me, and just say, "Geyser." Which, do you need me to read the description of Geyser?
Nope, got it right here.
Okay.
Let's see.
Brig is about to fuck shit up, and I'm so
Brig.
here for
Potentially.
it.
If
shit
instead
up.
of just knocking them prone, I can knock them off the tower, that would be ideal.
That would be so good.
I'll allow it because it does
So
say
good.
that an object can get knocked over. So
Sid gets a sending message and just hears in their mind.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Here's-
Oh, fuck.
Here's, Mama, I haven't failed you yet. Much improved. Where the hell have you been? Miss you. Fuck 'em up.
I will say you don't get that message.
What?
What?
You're not playing that character right now. You don't know what's going on. Sid, you have a nice
Okay.
daydream about a message from Maybe.
Ooh.
Minnie. Ow.
Vincent, the fuck?
I know the others are at the door. I'm gonna say it quiet enough that they can't hear me say her name.
Mhm.
And I'm just gonna say, Irona. I'll be here to help you. We got this mess started. And I'll help you get out of it too.
It's like, what are you doing out here? What?
I work in this town, darling. I don't understand why you're so confused about why I
Dead
exist
body?
in this area.
Dead body. And Reverb's
I
just
have
like,
friends. I don't understand how to explain to you that I have a life separate from you. Okay? Thanks.
don't have to do this right now.
I mean, why not? Why not do it right now? You seem more than happy to embarrass me in front of any other people. You do it at my work constantly.
You watch Mogan be like, okay, if this is going to be a piss party, can you two take it about 20 feet that way while I talk it to these people?
No, I'm truly not interested. Everybody is aware of our relationship, and I am not interested in further pursuing it.
Edric gets, like, red-faced as Mogan just, like, okay, just come.
No, you're good.
It's funny as shit.
It hurts now.
Yeah, full stress to full laughter does that.
I'm gonna mute now. I'll be right back.
You go do your thing.
It's like, what are you doing out here? What?
I work in this town, darling. I don't understand why you're so confused about why I
Dead
exist
body
in this area.
Dead body. And Reverb's just
I have
like,
friends. I don't understand how to explain to you that I have a life separate from you. Okay? Thanks.
don't have to do this right now.
I mean, why not? Why not do it right now? You seem more than happy to embarrass me in front of any other people. You do it at my work constantly.
You watch Mogan be like, okay, if this is going to be a piss party, can you two take it about 20 feet that way while I talk it to these people?
No, I'm truly not interested. Everybody is aware of our relationship, and I am not interested in further pursuing it.
Edric gets, like, red-faced as Mogan just, like, okay, just come.
No, you're good.
It's funny as shit.
It hurts now.
Yeah, full stress to full laughter does that.
I'm gonna mute now. I'll be right back.
You go do your thing. Do you have
as a company?
Do you have an airship?
We know a guy.
Eyes flick back over to Pent again, be like, I think we're taking. You know another guy?
We know all the guys.
It doesn't matter. You've been gone for 6 months. You didn't say a word.
That's not that long.
I'm sorry, you up and left your partner for 6 months without a single word? Do you have any idea how often I try to talk to my girlfriend because I can't see her that often?
Friend?
What the fuck
sorry.
is your problem?
I'm sorry. Who are you?
At this time,
serious.
Bells and
Friends?
Bara appear as well.
My name's Kim. It is not my pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
Sure.
I want to try.
Sure.
Cool. She grabs him, pulls him in for a quick little kiss, and then pushes him away. And she's like,
Yes!
He says, "Oh, that was great. But what was the thing you wanted to try?"
yeah.
I love
It was
how
that.
oblivious he is. I love him so much.
Himbo! Himbo! Oh my god, I have my own Ricky
Round. How are we feeling, guys?
I am not feeling good.
Just fucking peachy.
Cool.
Did I take any damage from that real quick?
Oh, you took 14 damage. Thank you for reminding me.
So happy to help.
Never remind him.
Hey, did we have homework last night?
That was.
I'm not drowning.
That was.
I am sleeping so good.
That was kind of the.
Having a nice time.
That was kind of the energy that got tossed
I
out. I really want like pixie form of like Eldritch Blast.
That's not me, though.
All right, Mickey Mouse.
Fantasy world. Why would birds in a building be the weirdest thing? We are back.
Thank you for accommodating that short break. We might have a second one in about an hour if needed, but for right now, that might be the only one we have. But we did need to reset after all the little micro headaches, but I think we're good now. So, we left off with a little bit of time jumping. We got some of the characters met and interacted with, gave them a little bit of history with each other, some inside jokes and whatnot. And now, we are going to have them all meet each other. So, it is probably about another year since the locals story. and the same day as like when you guys dock in the transplant story. But and of course I just had it up and lost it entirely. It doesn't matter. So as the two of you dock on the boats, you get some directions as to where you can get a room for the time being. And in that, you start heading to the center of town. They point at this nice tall building off to the side and basically are like, follow that, you'll get to where you're going. You pass between a brewery and a cafe before the streets open up into the central square. You can see a hotel that got that tall building attached to it on the other side of the plaza. And the plaza is occupied with like a huge amount of kiosks. There's just little stations and booths all over the place. Dozens and dozens of them over this big open area. There's a giant fountain at the center of all this with a statue of an ASMR woman who's got a sword in one hand and a wand in the other, and under her feet is what looks like a giant plant monster. As you go into the hotel, or as you get to the hotel, you're passing around the outdoor tavern setup, and you see that there's a stage being set up, and like there's some warm-up acts happening, and a little bit of like testing and doing some spot checks. It's clear based on the people sitting around that this isn't a show that has begun yet, but they're getting ready to put one on, and people are starting to show up for it. And as you look in, you see that there's just this huge line of people at the desk where you would check in to get a room. So the transplants, Ave and Charon, you just sort of look at that line and you see off to one side a tiefling who is wearing a very well-dressed, well-put-together suit, and they just notice you and kind of give you a smile and step over. And, oh, you must be from the group that just came in. Unfortunately, your timing is terrible. You've arrived just as the checkout deadline hits, so people are on their way out. Check-ins probably won't be for another hour. However, I will say you're in luck. There's some open spots at the bar right there that you're probably ahead of if you get in there now. One of our local treasures is putting on a show that has been long overdue, and they'll be probably setting up in about 30 minutes. So if you want to have a seat, you can have your first drinks on me. This is my place. And I will, try to make sure that you're notified as soon as a room can be made available. But yeah, if you want to take advantage of some of the local color, this is the time. We can take any luggage and kind of like put that off into the storage area until it's ready to go up. I don't know how familiar you are with hotels in general, but yeah. And as he says that, he just sort of taps you each on the shoulder in a friendly way, and like the grime of travel kind of dissipates off of you as you realize he's done a quick prestidigitation to unsoil your clothes and outfits.
Not businessman.
And he just sort of gives a smirk and just like, you're just off boats. I don't want the locals to be offended by the fact you haven't had a chance to bathe yet. I figured that might help.
Thank you kindly. I'm Chanor. What's your name?
Oh, Marcus.
Marcus.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
And you are?
I'm Avi.
Lovely to have you.
Lovely to meet you, Mr. Marcus.
Enjoy the show. Yesenia is one of our... You're lucky. This has been a long time coming. It's going to be a great show. And
what was
at
her
that,
name
like,
again?
Yesenia.
Okay.
And he just sort of like looks over and sees a couple other people who have also just come off the ship. And he's like, "Oh, this is going to be a lot of yell." Well, you're ahead of the curve. I'm going to go do the thing. I'll see you when it's time to check in, I'm sure. And then he just kind of mingles over and kind of runs the same loop. As you notice, he's like kind of pointing in the same general area, but also like, actually it's filling up. I can see a lot of the locals coming in, and he just sort of like declines to mention. So you two sort of got ahead of that whole thing. The other two of you were already posted up at the bar. Now you have this lovely couple of halflings who have just arrived in town at the Yesenia performance that you two have been waiting to attend since last year, as this is the rescheduled show.
We're all the only people on each other's eyes level.
Yeah, and there's a reason you guys are all at the bar.
Just knees everywhere.
All the tiny creatures are at the bar, whereas a lot of the like larger ones are at tables on the ground level. So like it was literally like a logic of line of sight.
Just like
Snips is definitely sitting on a bar stool and legs just dangling in the air.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Quills is hair's up in a bun. She's got her right leg crossed over her left leg, and she's just quietly just like waiting for the scar. Just like ignoring at people other than Snips, just because awkward.
Nice to meet some
Is
other.
this seat taken? Sorry. Sorry, Tanner. I have to upstage you over there.
Sorry, I was just gonna say it's nice seeing some folk
Who
that
are you talking to right now?
see
Just
our eye
out of
level.
character.
Just for reference, Poppy, who are you talking to?
I was talking to Quills.
Oh, my bad. No, you can sit there if you would like.
Thank you.
My
We
pleasure.
both struggle to get up a pair of stools.
Do you want some help up? I can boost you up. I'm very strong.
I'm sure they're
Not
designed.
really,
I
but-
just like the imagery.
No, so now that there's 4 of you interacting together, Quills, you have some new friends. Are you going to talk to them directly, or are you going to talk to not to Chanor, I'm sorry, to Snips about them? That is your first moment.
Probably gonna look at them and automatically assume halflings must be related. So be like, so what brings y'all into town? Because she's assuming are y'all here honeymooning? Are y'all just traveling? What's
All
the deal?
halflings are
What's the
related.
plan? What's the deal? What's the plan?
Tanner, you have initiative on that response, and then Alva, you can respond after.
Sorry, there's a bug. Sorry.
There's a bit of
the bug.
There's a bit of a pause. Just different. We're going different end goals, same location. Just happen to be. Do you think related or married? What is your assumption?
Or both.
Or both.
At this point, I don't. Sorry, hold on, bug. I think I got him. I don't know. I'm sorry.
You don't have to announce it. It's okay. You can chase a bug without telling us.
Yeah.
So I think we'll figure it out.
Oh, it was on the wall. I didn't want you to hear a thud and assume something bad happened.
We didn't hear
I
it.
can see you.
Sorry.
Was there? You look very distracted. Are you trying to get that fly that's going around?
That's a mighty big barfly.
I'm just. Crowds aren't my thing. I apologize.
Somebody else at the bar is like, hey, leave my familiar alone. And waves a hand as the fly works its way back over.
You need to get a new familiar.
It is a choice.
A bad one.
Well, maybe it's a sneaky one, fly on the wall situation.
Do you guys have any food you'd recommend here? I haven't been here before, and just see what food or drink some locals would
Not the hot
recommend.
chocolate.
That's pretty good.
Not the hot
chocolate.
Why not
the hot chocolate is fine.
Sorry, did I jump the gun there, Griff?
Because somebody has a habit of spilling it on me.
Will you ever leave that topic alone?
No, I like lording it over your head, Snips.
You can either engage in the hard chocolate
You're
argument,
shorter
or
than
you can
me.
or you can jump on the discussion for an actual recommendation, given I'm sure you've sampled all the food here out of excitement of experimentation. So
Oh, Snips
Who are you talking
definitely
to?
has.
Oh, yeah, Snips. Okay, cool.
So are you going to recommend, or are you going to argue over hot chocolate?
I'm just kidding.
The trouble is, Snips is definitely going to argue about the hot chocolate if I let him.
Whose attention are you going to give attention to the person who who's doing the thing, or are you going to be polite and talk to the strangers?
No, I think he's trying to be polite.
Okay.
So let me
We're trying
see.
to define your characters in these moments.
Yeah. So the casserole's pretty good. The potatoes are okay as well. I'd stay clear of the beans and just the general stews.
Rolls are delicious.
What are delicious?
The rolls.
Oh yeah, the rolls are nice.
The rolls are fantastic.
Just a little bit of butter, a little bit of salt or garlic.
I would like to point out to the viewing audience that I have an entire menu of food items that are outlined, and that was none of them.
I was gonna say they
I'm looking at it right now, and I'm like,
them.
what is this?
I literally have the list in front of me.
The reason
like,
for that is that I know menus change over time, and I do not know when exactly this is taking place.
I'll buy it.
Oh. Got
Listen,
him.
I have an entire menu plan for 2 years
Hell yeah.
for the tavern we're running.
Hell yeah.
Oh, you've gotten some recommendations. You've met some people who are a little bickering over something called hot chocolate that you may or may not be familiar with.
Is it like horchata?
There we go. You might not know. Snips, you would know if it was similar to horchata, which it technically is, just with spices instead of chocolate.
I mean, yes, although it's less spicy and more, well, do you know cocoa?
I know cocoa.
Just-
You use it to make mole, like my daddy makes.
Lovely.
I mean, it's basically ground up cocoa and some sugar, just put into milk and let to simmer.
Oh, that sounds heavenly.
It is
Although
quite nice.
I don't know if I want to try it today. Although there's always time.
We were
Oh,
told we both get a free drink, so we might as well try
Fair.
something that we want to try.
Take the Carmenere.
Yeah. The what?
Oh, just it's sort of a local wine specialty, I'd say.
Carmenere?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's not too heavy, but still very nice on the palate, especially if you haven't had too much to drink yet.
I have a question. Do they have
go ahead.
raspadas?
What?
Sorry, once again.
Raspadas? My daddy makes them. It's this shaved ice stuff with strawberries, and it's spiced a little bit with. I don't remember what it's called now.
Ooh, I believe that is on the menu.
I have no idea what you're
I have
talking
it open
about.
right now.
It's on the menu. It is on the menu.
It's strawberries or spadas.
They do have it if you would like to buy it.
I missed that so much.
So long as
really
it's not
miss
hot
my
chocolate, I'm
Oh,
good.
I
since I'm
understood
sitting next to you, you have
espadas,
such an
and
aversion
I
to that.
do not speak Spanish, so I have no idea how to pronounce that.
That's why I'm doing the accent with it. Because I don't know how to either.
Yeah, that does not help me at all.
Getting to know all about you.
If
I look
possible.
over at Quills. Sorry. I
Do it
look
up.
over at Quills and I say, since you seem to have such an aversion to this hot chocolate, I think I'll just take one of them.
She doesn't have an aversion, she's just mean.
Yeah, I
Is she?
like to give him grief.
Oh, well,
You
that's
know,
fair.
kind of like I just like to give him grief about it because of that one time.
That did not happen the way she tells it.
He still
At
owes
this
me a sweater.
moment, as as the sweater thing is coming up, someone over at the end of the bar, the same person with the fly earlier, is now yelling at someone else, just like, "Look, not everyone has animals they like. This is the one I've chosen for my familiar. You don't need to be a jerk about it. I'm sorry. I'll make sure they stay over here." And at that, you two are reminded. The transplants are reminded of the left open conversation, and Charon,
no.
you are triggered to recall that Poppy never told you about favorite animal.
Ave?
Yeah.
Yes, Ave. Sorry.
You're fine.
Player character.
You're fine. I appreciate you. You got my name right too, which I'm excited about. As now that you do remind me, I'm gonna first talk to the tavern keeper, but quiet as these people are arguing about stuff. I'm like, excuse me, I heard the rolls and the hot chocolate were good. If you don't mind, I would like to try that. To whoever is working behind the bar, just as a real quick thing.
I get you set up.
Thank you. Marcus said I could have the first drink for free, but I'm still gonna tip and everything. That's what he said.
Oh, I appreciate it. No, it's if Marcus takes good care of everyone here, so it's up to you. If you order other stuff, obviously it's appreciated. But yeah, he'll.
And then as I wait for that, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, I hate to interrupt a conversation with our new friends. Again, nice to meet you, by the way. I remember you didn't have a favorite animal before. At least you didn't tell me what yours was. I was just kind of curious."
That's right. I suppose
And
I
at
didn't.
that, for initiative purposes, Quills and Snips hear the question, and if you want, you can both answer the question before Ave gets a chance to. if you have a favorite animal that you want to shout out in the response to this casual query.
Quills is just gonna watch. She doesn't. She books. She doesn't outside very well, so she's just gonna be like,
Snips. Snips frozen.
no.
Think they're thinking.
Snips is just looking at the barfly, looking down the table, looking again at the barfly. I like crabs.
Channel
goddamn delivery.
Chanor nods with like full understanding and be like,
Because
"I get it."
Eugene cannot climb bar stools and he hasn't thought of lifting his crab up on the counter.
That's great. Ave?
Well, now you really put me in a pickle, well, so much happened on the ship, I didn't really give it much thought. I'm sorry. Well, let me give it some thought now. Oh! And she, real quickly, also does the same. She goes to the bartender. She says, "Excuse me, hi, can I get, some Carmenere and chorizo tacos?"
Oh, so yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. And, what's his name over there? Marcus?
Yes.
Said I could have first drink free. Now, if you don't want to, that's totally fine. I can just pay for it.
No, that's we're already aware. He kind of like gives us a signal anytime he sends someone over with that preclusion. Honestly, I think almost everyone who comes in at this point, even it looks over at you two and sees that the locals also, they're like, yeah, we got comped on our first drink. Like he just does that.
Oh, that's mighty clever. Certainly keeps business rolling.
Yeah, no. There's a lot of nice eateries in the area that, are mild competition, so he likes to make sure there's a lot of local color at the resort in any case. So, this usually is either the first or last spot of an evening.
That's mighty interesting. Would you mind if I picked your ear about recipes?
Oh, absolutely.
Not your ear, your head. My bad. Thank you. Now, what exactly are you spicing your, She's completely forgotten the question. She's just going off. She's like, where do you source your spices and such? Because I imagine that such a nice place like this, you get them fresh.
And at that point, she mentions that Marcus has a nice working relationship.
What do you
with
do?
the
Do you have
local
a garden
farmer.
outside, or are you?
Yeah, and that's how you're gonna get linked up with your NPC that you designed. I allowed all the players to design a couple of NPCs on their own to have working relationships with in existence. And we will definitely build that out later. But this is definitely a great way to introduce that you are being pointed in that direction.
I just did it to get out of answering that question because I still don't know.
That's entirely fair. Now, actually, in response to that, so Quills, you do notice the delay in response, and you have the option now to sort of choose to either acknowledge or at least or bond with or at least acknowledge that somebody else here doesn't have a favorite animal and that you have an out on the question where you can kind of okay, I might want to talk to them instead of these two having their own thing.
Oh, if you don't have a favorite animal, could I just ask, what does, maybe segueing it into what brings you to town? If it's not animal related. And you seem to mention food. So could it be, are you a cook? Are you a farmer?
Oh.
What's your situation?
Well, my papa, he was born here, born and raised, and he went traveling and he met my ma a little ways out away from here. And he always used to tell me stories about here. I was named after my grandma, his mama. And he would tell me all these amazing stories about Opehc and just running around. And his mama, they were poor, but his mama would bring food on the table by literally cooking and then selling it to people. But she didn't have a food license, so she sold it on the sly. She was just that kind of lady. She was a force to be reckoned with, I tell you. It's quite the name to live up to. But
As a librarian in there, you'll know that there was never there aren't really food licenses. There's sort of just a casual approval process, but you automatically also internalize that the story sounds better if you make it sound like there's a sketchiness involved. So you can choose how you want to respond to that.
So your dad and your grandmother are from here. May I ask what you said your name of your grandmother. I never got your name. What's your name?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't get yours either. My name is Evelina Oak Blossom. I know it's not a traditional last name for around here, but my daddy took my mama's last name. He thought it would be sweet because she told him, I won't marry you unless I can be my own person. He said, hell, I'll support you all the way. I'll even take your last name.
Interesting. That is a beautiful last name and rather unusual for these parts. But I'm Quills Nimbledigit, and
what? One more time.
Quills Nimbledigit.
Oh, so sorry. I thought you said something else.
We're gonna roll with that. I don't need to know.
I thought you said nibble idget. But yours makes a lot more sense
She does
now.
that as well sometimes.
Yeah, it is what it is. My friend over here is Snips.
Pleasure to meet you, Snips.
Hi.
And who's your companion?
This is Channer.
Channer. Nice to meet you, Channer.
I'm not marrying him, nor am I related to him. I noticed that you said that earlier, and I just wanted to make sure that you knew that even though we do kind of look the same, all halflings are a little different. And I just want to make sure that you don't make the mistake on another
Our
time.
hair color is so different.
Really bad. We're all different.
I work at the local library, so most of the people who will come in together are
So you're
either
educated.
friends. I would like to think I am.
Well, then you should know what people look like and that there are differences.
You didn't let me finish my story, Avi.
Apologies.
Everybody who comes in is either friends or relatives. So I apologize for pushing that assumption onto this local establishment as well.
We're gonna do Snips next because of initiative order, but I see Channer's hand is next.
Yeah. Snips is just going to look over to Chaina and just half whisper, I'm a kobold. She asks me this every time she sees another kobold.
Channeler is...
I have blue scales, they have reds and greens and yellows and I don't know, ink stripes. I don't get it either.
Channeler is currently reaching down with his staff and offering it to your crab buddy to try to help him up. And is just nodding along to the conversations, paying no attention to them until you say that, and then he's like, "Wait, what?"
Snips, by the way, has not noticed you doing anything with a crab.
Yeah, just trying to offer the stick so he could clamp onto it and wrap his legs around, and I could lift him up. Because if he wants to be on the table, we should get him on the table. That's all.
Hell yeah!
I jump.
Crab rights.
Food has come. People have eaten. The conversation continues, and the awkward, janky way keeps going.
We'll find our rhythm.
Wills maintains a sense of educated but not aware. Snips maintains a sort of engagement before thinking through. Charon is very disattached but polite about it, and Ave is very interruptive and overriding. But as the time goes on, about 30-40 minutes pass, food has arrived. Picking at it or eating it directly is however you are approaching. But Yesenia finally takes the stage, and the crowd, as you look around, suddenly realize how packed the room is, or the area is. There's a bunch of people standing around the bar. There's a bunch of people standing on the other side of the outside of the barrier, the fence, because it's still an open, there's no walls, but you're in a cordoned off courtyard essentially. So there are people on the outside of the courtyard who are sort of watching the show from the sidelines, but people lose their mind. And this beautiful androgynous person is on stage. They're playing a lute, and as they're playing, there's like different illusionary versions of themselves also dancing or doing other sort of like emotive performances. There's different terrains being cast around their feet in grass, and then it goes from major to minor and it drops to like storms. There's butterflies and fireflies. Like it just keeps shifting between all these emotions, and the performance only lasts for about 25 minutes. But the whole time everyone's just enthralled with this. And as the performance starts to wrap up, you realize that it's hitting this weird lull that sounds like it's closing out, when suddenly they sort of like pause, and a little smile crosses their face as their fingers just start flying on the instrument, and then they let the instrument go, and it keeps sort of repeating a loop of what they just played as they break away and start dancing, as the illusions start following around, and it's a whole second narrative. And then there's like a fake combat scene where they're like being chased by a thing as the like guitars or the lute is just continuing without them. And it's probably the most intense amount of magic any of you have seen performed in this region in ages. Like if you traveled a lot, you might have seen something here or there, but this is an amazing level of magic compared to what you're aware of. As well as performance. Like the skill involved in the performance itself is also extraordinary. And the two of you who are locals are very much in that sort of like, oh, it has been so long since we've seen this, and I forgot how impactful this is. And the two of you who are transplants are like, oh my god, I cannot believe that Marcus was right. We're very lucky to be here for this moment.
To the big city.
But then after 25 minutes, or after another 10 minutes, the performance ends, and everyone loses their mind, and some other performers kind of come out as Yesenia sort of like retreats back into the curtains, and like you never see Yesenia come out. There's no point where like they're doing a meet and greet, like they just seem to vanish from the entire venue. And the rest of the evening carries on, and most tables you hear are just talking about past performances that they've seen and how this compared to them and how moved they felt, and oh, this was my favorite part, and oh, I loved when the butterflies, the wings sort of fell away based on the burst of light that turned them into fireflies. Like all these little touches are just like everyone's eating them up. So, Quills, you're still first in initiative. What is your response if you have a verbal one that's allowed? But if not, you can just tell me what you're like feeling in the moment.
Well, this is just like hands in the bar, hand on cheek. She's just like, wow, I missed it. I missed this. And she's still like going through it in her head. Just like in a trance, kind of.
Yeah. Snips, you're next.
Snips is basically doing the same, just sitting there, still all starry-eyed, and I mean, behind his eyes a very different film plays, which is not really the trying to analyze every single action that happened, and more along the lines of, wow, this was cool. I wish I could do that.
Nice. Charon?
Paying attention most to, I think, loving it, but is very much paying attention to the fingers, because healing in general is about handwork and the capability. So it's very appreciative, even in an art form, just the quickness and dexterity that that this person is doing with their fingers.
And Ave.
Ave is, for one of the very few times in her life, absolutely fucking silent. And she's still looking into the space where like the butterflies and the fireflies showed up, and her brain registers very quickly, my favorite animal is a firefly. That's it. That's what I love, because they're amazing. And her brain immediately starts racing with all the baking knowledge that she has acquired from her parents and her grandparents and her town, and like the things that she could do to recreate the beauty of that in a baked setting, like glass, like sugar decorations and all this other stuff on cupcakes, and just like all this stuff. Her mind is racing with like how she can emulate or like honor that performance with baked goods.
So, question: when you have the realization about fireflies, does that blurt out, or are you keeping it to yourself?
I think she kind of looks like Channer and very quietly says, I think my new favorite animal is a firefly. And then just goes back to her quiet deliberations. And maybe she like pulls out a piece of paper or a napkin and just starts drawing all her baked goods onto it just so she can keep them in her mind because she's very forgetful. So she needs it written down before it leaves her brain.
Nice. So, anyone have a response to the admission of firefly adoration?
I think
Snips
Quills
is not paying attention.
Fair.
Quills hears her say fireflies and then looks over at her and sees her writing down baked goods, and I think Quills is just like, fireflies? Baked goods. Yeah.
Jenner just kind of like smiles and nods. He just appreciates people who appreciate animals. So.
All right, new time jump. It's a few years after the performance. The transplants have been here for a while. You two have, you four have reconvened on different occasions. And over time, so there's been sort of at least a awareness as Ave opened a business and obviously poached Snips from Hilda to come work for her. Wills, over time, you have found that Ave is a great person to gossip with, given the proximity of the way tavern or businesses of her nature work and have a lot of people and a lot of side conversations that are overhearable. So you have made it a little bit more of a casual occasion that you're spending time at this location just to eavesdrop and read while you're reading a book, if nothing else. Chanor, you are working at the clinic, which is next door to the business that Ave has opened. I gotta stop doing that. That Ave has opened, and as a result, you end up being a regular popping in and out. And on minor occasions, you've come in and be like, "Do you have any honey that I can borrow real quick? We're low on ingredients, and I need to make a poultice, and that'll thank you, wonderful." And you kind of like handling it that way. But on this specific occasion, you are kind of like regathering because you have all heard that Yesenia is going to be putting on a new show in a couple of weeks, and it's been about 2 years since the last one. So you are at Ave's business after, like, right as closing happens and all the last customers are leaving and the cleanup is happening, but you're having like a discussion amongst the four of you about like if you're gonna go. If so, like, do you want to get the same seats? Do you want to get one of the front row tables, which won't preclude your ability to see, but you should probably talk to Marcus now. Like, Bills, you are still top initiative, so you first on thoughts or questions.
Quickly. Can I correct something real quick?
Absolutely.
You said it's been about 2 years?
So a couple, give or take.
Okay, because Avi didn't get the business until she was about 23, so if it's been 2 years, she's still working for Joaquin.
All right, then we'll just jump ahead 4 or 5 years, whatever it needs to be.
Cool. Just wanted to make sure that we had that right.
Yep, fair enough.
Okay, cool.
Quills.
So we're at, just to clarify, at Avi's Tavern.
Yes. Business is open. It's been established for a bit, and it's been a while since Yesenia has performed, and either you guys have, caught the last couple together, but either way, it's been like 2 years since the last time you've been together at one of those shows, but even though you've hung out otherwise.
Excuse me. So Avi, they say Yesenia's gonna come, gonna do another performance. What are you thinking? Are you thinking about going or not?
Well, I reckon. Well, now, see, I really wanted to try this new recipe I got I have a friend, and she makes these things called cannolis, and I wanted to see if I could recreate the taste of a horchata in a cannoli. I think that would be the damn bee's knees, but I reckon that I could get the dough done. I fry them up in the morning, and I can get the sweet cream done relatively soon. The dough shouldn't take too long. Yeah, let's go. Go. I think we deserve a night out, us working gals.
So too.
Snips, you're next in the lineup, so what is your response to hearing this discussion happening between them? Granted, you're probably doing it from, like, cleaning off a surface off to the side, but...
So Snips is still a little bit well, is sitting at the table, but seems to be a little bit out of it because his crab recently died. Which out of character. The reason I have a crab is find familiar, but I do not have that spell yet. So the way I'm trying to flavor it is that the
Break my
crab.
damn heart, why don't you?
You're welcome. This is me.
Oh,
Jesus.
it makes
No,
perfect sense.
no.
It's
The
so
way
good, and it hurts so
the
much.
way
I wasn't
I
ready for
try
it.
to flavor it is Snips used to have a pet crab, but pet crabs don't usually live as long as kobolds do. So the find familiar is basically in trying to remember his original pet.
Yeah, it hurts, but that makes sense.
That's so sad. And a little
Yeah.
unhealthy.
Yeah.
You're-
So
You're politely nodding to the
Snips is
conversation,
not
even
the
though your mind is...
healthiest of people. But he seems to be a little bit out of it, and just at the notion of having a girls' night out, I think Ave called it, just pokes up and goes, and got a problem if I come with? I think I could use some distraction, actually.
Snips. You know you're invited. You're an honorary gal. Also, honey, how you doing? Listen, I got some cookies in the back if you want them. They didn't sell
Yeah,
today.
yeah, I know. I made them.
Well, listen, your bacon's gonna get better. I promise. You just have to follow the recipe. And remember, make sure you're using sugar, not salt.
Yeah, I try next time.
You're doing
Thanks.
fine. You're just grieving, and that's okay. Okay? Now, how about I go get
Okay.
some of the cookies that I made? You can have those.
Snips, I'll buy you a hot chocolate.
Why you always gotta
Tanner,
bring that up when the
Tanner.
boy's grieving?
I'm offering him a hot chocolate. Normally, I'm anti-hot chocolate. Am I allowed to offer him that in this
You
time of
are
need?
allowed. Apologies.
Snips is going to go into the kitchen and get some cookies. For everyone,
Tanner?
just for the record.
Tanner, this is your moment to shine now. I'm watching all this go down.
Jenner's thinking to himself, well, I don't mind going as long as no emergencies come up, because if an emergency happens, I have to go back to the clinic, but not too far away. And I guess everything tastes salty if you're crying a lot, so like I guess sugar and salt mix up is probably pretty easy when you're upset, so it's probably not really Snips' fault. It's just a bad time to ask him to like make cookies.
Bless your kind soul.
I'm not asking him to make cookies. I'm asking him to go get the cookies. Or no,
I
I was
don't
gonna
think
get
it's
the
Snip's
cookies.
fault either. I think Avi just switched up where she put the salt and the sugar.
Also, Chandler's like really upset. He probably like tried to shocking grasp like this little crab back to life when it was dying.
Oh.
So it's
You
also
just bonded with it.
to also just like not enjoying this, like trying to. Like,
Avi has banned seafood from the tavern area so as not to hurt Snips' feelings.
I absolutely love the dynamic of like, I lost my crab and I'm sad about it. Snips lost his crab and I'm sad about it. I see that my two friends are sad about their crab. I should be nice and give them food. Hey, do you guys want to go to a party?
I mean, that's what you do. Get a haircut and go to a party.
No, this is just a perfect dynamic. Like, we've got a nice, solid, you guys seem to have history. There's a feel of connectivity. There's a naturalness to it. I'm digging it. This is exactly what I wanted. So,
all because an animal died.
It's just a crab.
We gotta get the mind off of it. We've gotta get out of this. Hey, maybe if we see unfamiliar territory, it'll be good.
Maybe.
Fresh
So-
vibes, fresh aura.
you all have these discussions. You make some plans, or either to mourn or to go out. Does not technically matter which at the moment. But you head out to your respective final locations for the evening. Each of you has a home attached to either the business directly or that is somewhere nearby. You all head back to your own houses and apartments and what have yous. As you're on the road going your different directions towards them, actually, Abe, you might not even have to go far, and Snips might be on. We'll figure that out later. But as each of you find yourselves alone, getting ready towards to wrap up your night, it is the world around each of you grows very desaturated suddenly. And you hear this sort of light tone of like a gong being rung from miles away that barely catches your attention. A chill coats over your skin, and you have this distant sense of being alone. And as you look around, you see that the wind isn't even affecting the trees at this point. Like everything has lost its color, and nothing seems to be moving other than you. But you see no other people, even though some of you would have had a person or two crossing on the street that is just no longer present. And over the sound of the chime, which is just this constant undertone noise that's occurring at the moment, you hear a little sing-song voice going, "I found them here, I found them there. Into my eyes they do now peer." And as you look around trying to figure out where it comes from, you just see these two little lights buried in a shadow as a creature slightly smaller than each of you, which you're all small creatures, steps out. And it's got very sharp features. The easiest way to describe it is that it looks like a twisted version of like a gnome, like an actual gnome marionette, like with the little pointy hat and the little scruff, but like just sunken eyes and these two little bright stars of yellow just shining out from them. And you all hear from your separate locations, it just says, "Hello, I've been asked and tasked to find and give a gift of invitation." Quills.
Can you repeat that again? I did not catch the last part. You were cut out there.
It was gift of
Same.
gift of
A gift of invitation.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Quills, you have first response.
Invitation to where?
As Quills says this, even though none of you can see each other, you can all hear this as if Quills was standing right next to you. Snips?
Hearing Quills, Snips is immediately just looking over his shoulder and trying to see where her voice came from. Does he see anyone? Or
nope.
Is he still
You only
still
see
there.
that one creature.
Okay, this is weird. But I do second the question. Invitation to where and from whom?
Charon, Tenor, you hear the same thing, and again, you can hear as if Snips is right next to you and Quills is right next to you, but you can't see or sense anyone else besides this one creature. And you also have an option.
You said it's like sunken in eyes and stuff, right? Like you said sharp features, but also like decrepit,
Very
I guess, or just like
not decrepit. More like it's literally as if like maybe they had been carved from something and animated.
Gotcha. I'm gonna approach and say, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need any help?"
Ave, you hear this question, you don't see where it's going. It could be at you. You have no idea.
Ave kind of takes a look around, looks back at the little marionette dude, and says, "Well, now I reckon you're not from around here, are you?"
Here and there and here, invitation to a gig, a job, an adventure, a power. And at that, he reaches behind himself and pulls out a small brown paper wrapped package and offers it to each of you in your respective locations. In that order of initiative again, Quills?
Oh, yeah, it's me. So you say it's small. Are we talking like this size?
It's a book. It's a book sized. This is the moment you get your tomes.
Okay, so Wills sees the book and her eyes just light up. She's just like, and then she's like, "Mama said don't talk to strangers, but it's a book." So she kind of takes like a tentative step forward.
I will say that
She's
you
like,
all just see a brown wrap package, but I'm for sure you would be like, I've wrapped a book before. That's a book.
Yeah, that's probably. She's just like, looks like a book, smells like a book, could be a book. takes a step forward because she's like, I want book. But she doesn't trust the creature just yet.
Okay. Snips.
I'll have to roll something just for myself.
That's fair.
Okay, that's even. Snips is going to take a step forward and I do like adventures, and just takes the package.
So the rest of you do see this weird discrepancy in this moment, where the hands seem to release the package before re-grasping it, and Snips, now you just see the creature holding nothing in the same direction, as if like they're just kind of like miming, offering you the book continuously. So at most you think that it's now like just stuck in this moment for a second, and this is all again within split seconds of each other. But you have taken yours, and everyone else kind of saw this release motion where the package didn't drop. Chenor.
I'm gonna go forward and I'm gonna take the package, but like put it under my. Like, I'm not even paying attention to it. I'm just like looking it over more and be like, no, are you okay? Yeah, I'll go with you.
You all hear that again, and there's just that again sense of weirdness in that you know there's a presence but can't find or see it. Disconnected. Again, everything's gray. Wind's not moving. Ave.
Ave kind of looks at it, looks at him, and is he smaller than her?
A little bit, probably by about
Okay.
6 inches to a foot.
She.
Maybe with the hat, it's the same height.
Okay, cool. she kind of like cocks her hip a little bit so that she's like more eye level with him, you know? And she looks at him and says, well, now, see, I am inclined to take a nice package, especially when it looks like a book, because who knows what recipes can be found in there, but I do have to beg the question, what is it? Because I don't know if I believe what I see, especially with what's going on around me and the voices I'm hearing.
So you do all hear that posited in its entirety. And the creature at that point goes, you have accepted to have held. To answer the worry, the world and its power is choked, and this will unlock more of it for you than for others.
Oh. Will's is just like, alright. She takes it. Then she takes a step back and she's like inspecting it. She's not opening it yet. She's just.
So now 3 of you are just watching this thing, like expectantly, still holding out nothing.
Oh, okay.
Snips, I will give you the option to respond to that visual before we get back to Ave. And Chenor.
So I saw the creature give me the book, and then still hold out its hands with nothing, and then saw the same release thing.
Yes.
I'm looking at the thing in my hands and just cocking my head and just slowly starting to unwrap whatever that package may be. Still, just one eye at the package, one eye at the creature.
Cool. Chenor?
I'm waiting for a response from it. Like, I hear the voices, but none of them sound worried. I'm more worried about the creature itself. Just wondering, like, what's going on with it. It does, like, it's being like, it looks like it's in rigor mortis. So I'm like, are you and I'm trying to check joints.
I do want to acknowledge it, but at the same time, the creature doesn't know that it doesn't understand what you're asking it, so it doesn't really have the ability. But
Totally
so
fair.
You're gonna go through your diagnostics. Ave?
Ave looks at it, says, well, now I reckon that's about the clearest answer I'm gonna get from you, I suppose. Damn it. Mama said be careful, but she also didn't raise no little bitch. And she takes the package.
As
Oh,
you
maybe.
take the package, everything kind of snaps back into focus around you. The creature is gone. And you
that
now
ain't
are
disconcerting.
holding this package. Snip's halfway through unwrapping, but all of you now have this brown paper wrapped book with just twine tying it in your hands. I'm going to take a DM moment to preclude and just say that you all, after recovering from the moment, out of curiosity, unwrap the package, and I would like... we're going to take another short break, 5 minutes? 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And while we're away, I want the four of you to think, because I am going to have each of you describe what your book looks like, what it is bound in, what the paper seems or feels to be made of, and what color the ink is inside. As these will now be your spellcasting tomes that kind of impart upon you the escalation of power that the rest of the story needs. So during the break, think about it. Everyone else, thank you for sticking with us during all of this role-playing and character building. We're getting to the good stuff.
This is the good stuff.
I mean, we're getting to the threat level stuff. So far, this has been safe playfulness. Now we're getting to the like, oh, shit's about to happen.
Damn.
We will be back in a moment.
Navigating the freaking app.
No, you're fine.
There we go. Okay. I was like, I don't know where things are. 22.
Oh shit.
You're blending into the backgrounds.
Ooh.
All that green.
With the green, bright neon green almost.
Like you do. Sprig, are you getting
Still
involved?
with Necrolions.
Are you getting involved at all, or are you just?
Do you
Raph is a company.
Do you have an airship?
We know a guy.
Eyes flick back over to Pent again and be like, I think we're taking... You know another guy?
We know all the guys.
It's like, what are you doing out here? What?
I work in this town, darling. I don't understand why you're so confused about why I
Dead
exist
body
in this area.
Dead body. And Reverb's
I
just
have
like,
friends. I don't understand how to explain to you that I have a life separate from you. Okay? Thanks.
don't have to do this right now. I
mean, why not? Why not do it right now? You seem more than happy to embarrass me in front of any other people. You do it at my work constantly.
You watch Mogan be like, okay, if this is going to be a piss party, can you two take it about 20 feet that way while I talk it to these people?
No, I'm truly not interested. Everybody is aware of our relationship, and I am not interested in further pursuing it.
Edric gets, like, red-faced as Mogan just, like, okay, just come around. How are we feeling, guys?
I am not feeling good. Just fucking peachy.
Cool.
Did I take any damage from that real quick?
Oh, you took 14 damage. Thank you for reminding me.
So happy to help.
Never remind him.
Hey, did we have homework last night?
That was...
I'm not drowning.
That was...
I am sleeping so good.
That was kind of the... That was kind of the energy that got tossed out of Fantasy World. Why would birds in a building be the weirdest thing?
They shit everywhere,
Okay.
sir. The sanitation laws alone.
Look.
Silver birds.
Look. Silver birds. Silver birds.
It doesn't matter. You've been gone for 6 months and you didn't say a word.
That's not that long.
I'm sorry, you up and left your partner for 6 months without a single word? Do you have any idea how often I try to talk to my girlfriend because I can't see her that often?
Friend?
What the fuck is your problem?
I'm sorry. Who are you?
At this time, Bells and Bara appear as well.
My name's Kent. It is not my pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
Sid gets a sending message and just hears in their minds.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Here's,
oh, fuck.
Here's, Mama, I haven't failed you yet. Much improved. Where the hell have you been? Miss you. Fuck 'em up.
I will say you don't get that message.
What?
What?
You're not playing that character right now. You don't know what's going on. Sid, you have a nice daydream about a message from Maybe.
Oof.
Minnie. Ow.
Vincent, the fuck?
I know the others are at the door. I'm gonna say it quiet enough that they can't hear me say her name.
Mhm.
And I'm just gonna say, Irona, I'll be here to help you. We got this mess started, and I'll help you get out of it too.
Didn't we... I just talked to you guys.
Yes, darling, catch up.
Funny
You're
shit.
good.
It's funny as shit.
It hurts now.
Yeah, full stress to full laughter does that.
I'm gonna mute now. I'll be right back.
You go to your thing.
I really want, like, pixie form of, like, Eldritch Blast.
That's not me, though.
All right, Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Or does Doctor do it?
I can drive the ship normally.
Say it with a bit more confidence when you say it to them, though.
I can drive the ship normally.
Take this.
Take the normally out.
And,
Here, have your wine.
Please.
You know what?
I
You
can
know what,
drive
then?
the ship.
Perfect, and we will talk you out.
Yes.
I love the coach.
Oh, I heard a thunk that was definitely not part of the routine, turned around, and someone let the body hit the floor. I don't know who. Yeah, you want to use that? I'm gonna make it fit.
I'm gonna be like,
Because I'm not sure I understand.
Is she acting good because she thinks acting good is going to keep everybody together, or is she just acting good because she got it all out of her system the night before?
She got most of it out of her system, so she's mellowed out.
Okay, that's all I was
for
asking.
now.
Mellowette? Like just a little mellow? A small mellow?
She's
You
mellowed.
had to see that coming.
I'm hanging up now.
Hi, Mel.
Sure.
I want to try.
Sure.
Cool. She grabs him, pulls him in for a quick little kiss, and then pushes him away. And she's like,
Yes!
He says, "Oh, that was great. But what was the thing you wanted to try?"
"You look."
I love
It was that.
Oblivious he is. I love him so much.
Himbo. Himbo. Oh my god! I have my own Ricky.
Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. I put it back.
I mean, when you take it out because you are strong, you feel like whatever it was attached to on the inside it snaps away from. So like it's like pulling out a weed. So like you can put it back on top, but it's just gonna sit there. It's not gonna be in the ground again, so to speak.
We definitely just killed this guy. Like killed this guy. Oh fuck.
And maybe you guys are able to stealth around in the zoo. The animals are helping you. They don't know what you're doing, but they like go in front of you when the time is right.
Help.
Missy is very noticeable. I would say Missy probably does not help. But like there's a giant elk who's just like standing there, takes 2 steps forward to block your view, to block the view for a second, 2 steps back. So yeah, you guys are able to spy as these two go around and, you know, check out like all the animals. That was creepy.
It's the makeup. Unless you guys want to hear the first and last line of the prequel to Lady Twilight.
Fuck yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Let me find it then.
Do it,
So,
bitch.
This is the prequel because it's how Lady Twilight came to be, and it goes, the first line is, when death first met life, his heart started. This so because it had never beat before. And then the end of the tale goes, when death first met life, his heart started. When life first met death, hers stopped.
Oh.
That's very.
I was proud of that.
I would absolutely buy it. That
Where's my fan?
That's my wife.
Damn.
This is why I write stories.
Oh,
Why
yeah,
I
dude.
actually pay for them someday.
Alright.
No, not yet.
That
It's water.
Ooh. I like this.
Um,
I like your
and
funny words, Magic Man.
and I am going to open the stopper, point it directly at this Goliath sitting in front of me, and just say, Geyser. Which, do you need me to read the description of Geyser?
Nope, got it right here.
Okay.
Let's see.
Brig is about to fuck shit up, and I'm so here for
Potentially.
it. If instead of just knocking them prone, I can knock them off the tower, that would be ideal. That would be so good.
I'll allow it because it does
So
say
good.
that an object can get knocked over. So.
Cool. So Kind immediately locks eyes on Yvette and like starts swinging a hand back to start casting some shit.
Nope.
That also gets fucked.
No.
Bells is gonna jump in between.
Wizard duel. Anyways.
No, this is the real one.
This
This one's my fiance.
They just saved you. They just saved you.
I just healed your ass. I'll take it back.
All right.
Bells is fluttering in the air in between Kent and Yvette.
Okay. She kind of just processes for a second and she just goes, this ass is reserved. Thank you very much. And just gets up and starts dusting herself off.
Yeah.
Or does Doctor do it?
I can drive the ship normally.
Say it with a bit more confidence when you say it to them, though.
I can drive the ship normally.
Take this.
Take the normally out.
And,
Here, have your wine.
Please.
Trigger.
You know what?
I
You
can
know what,
drive
then-
the ship.
Perfect, and we will talk you out.
Yes.
I love the coach.
Put it back, put it back, put it back, put it back!
I put it back!
I mean, when you take it out because you are shrunk, you feel like whatever it was attached to on the inside it snaps away from. So like it's like pulling out a weed. So like you can put it back on top, but it's just gonna sit there. It's not gonna be in the ground again, so to speak.
We definitely just killed this guy. Like, killed this guy. Oh, fuck.
Sid gets a sending message and just hears in their minds.
Oh fuck.
Here's, Mama, I haven't failed you yet. Much improved. Where the hell have you been? Miss you. Fuck 'em up.
I will say you don't get that message.
What?
What?
You're not playing that character right now. You don't know what's going on. Sid, you have a nice daydream about a message from Maybe.
Oof.
Minnie. Ow.
Vincent, the fuck?
It's water.
Ooh. I like this.
Um,
I like your
and,
funny. And we're back.
Welcome back. Hello, everybody. All right. So we have about another hour left in game time, just so everyone watching has a schedule they're aware of. But at the moment, you have all just had a very strange encounter with a very small creature that you are not 100% sure if it's a living being or not. And you now all have a package containing an object that you will now tell me about. Bills. You open the package that you were given, and you have a book. Please describe it to me.
It is bound in simple gray leather The paper is parchment paper, so it looks a little bit aged. And the ink inside is a beautiful emerald green. I don't know if you want font or not, but it's
I
like
mean, if you have one, by all means.
it's like a beautiful combination of it's like print, but like the print is like almost cursive, so all the letters are connected. So it's like so it's legible. It's beautiful, like almost Old English font, but like way more easy to read.
Gotcha. That's wonderful. Snips, you open your package and describe to me the book you find.
So the book is a actually pretty small one. About fits in your hand. It is bound in dark brown leather with some leather ornaments on the edges. It has a bronze owl, just a little, I don't know, little bronze owl ornamentation, as well as a bronze clasp on the front of it. And the pages inside of it are something that feels like parchment, although I'm not sure if Snips would have ever dealt with parchment that much before, so I'm not sure if he realizes that. And the writing inside of it is in a dark purple ink, which also goes slightly into cursive. If I had to pick a font, it would be Garamond.
Gotcha. Kenner, you're next.
Cool. I can't wait to make my font Comic Sans.
Times New Roman.
Just to piss everyone off.
Calibri.
I hadn't thought of font, and that is such a moment.
The spine itself is actually made from horn. And leather rings attach the metallic cover and the back and front cover to the horn itself. There are etchings like arcane etchings on the actual metal. So it's like more of a gunmetal, and then just a slight sheen shows the etchings. Similar to the clasp that was described by Snips. The closing clasp is actually a small goat horn that you can just churn to lock and unlock.
Oh, right.
And the paper, it takes a bit to like really notice, but the way, because you can see lines on it that almost look like writing lines, but they're too big. It'd be like if giants made it. But you realize that each part is actually a piece of wrapping bandage, just that has been dried and made workable for writing. And the ink color is a dark verdant green. And you know what? I'm gonna stick with it. Comic Sans. The writing's in Comic Sans.
Such class and glory until the font.
Yeah, and then you get inside like
seriously.
Easy to read. Easy to read.
Kind of. It hurts the eyes for certain, but
Makes your soul bleed. It's fine.
Ave.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go the sentimental route then. Ave's book. Can I describe it as she opens it?
Absolutely.
Cool. So Ave opens up this this package, and she is met with a brown, like I don't know how it's better to describe it, but a honeyed brown. Like it's got a bit of a golden undertone to it. Like it's very nice and rich, but it's extremely worn. There looks like there are some faded like etchings and decorations along like the edges, but they're very faded from use. And it looks familiar to her. It looks very familiar to her. But across the top in a golden script it says Avelina. and around the front of it, it is clasped in a golden yellow leather strap that looks much newer than the rest of the book. And the clasp on it is a metal marigold. And she clasps it open, opens up the book, and inside is handwritten. It is cursive, scrawling script, very clearly handwritten in, like, again, the same honeyed brown color ink as the cover. And she realizes why it looks so familiar. It looks almost identical to her grandmother's cookbook that her father gave her when she took her journey to Opehc. And it is her main source of cooking. And she looks through it, and the handwriting is her grandmother's and her father's because he used it. And so all these notes, they look very much like her father's notes, like these tiny little bits on the edge that are like, oh, you can do this instead of this. Like, that would be very clearly to her father's editions. Whereas they're like bigger script, a bit nicer, less hurried was her grandmother's, but like spelling errors and everything. And there are these little diagrams of like edible flowers and like pasted on dried flowers that were just collected over the years. And some of them like are from her home, and it's very home to her. The only new addition is that golden strap and the fact that it says Avelina on the front. That's what makes it different.
That's not
Half-Blood Prince
scary at all.
novel diary vibes that comes with.
Yeah.
Very neat.
And then in the back, there's like these little notes made by her mom that are like, why the hell is he adding to this? It's already been done.
That's perfect. So you each
Sassy side remarks.
It's where Avelina gets her sass, okay?
Nice.
So you each have your little gifts unwrapped. You have flipped through them and sort of comprehended what you're holding. You do feel this sort of surge overtake your skin, where that chill from the desaturated experience was then replaced with like the real world's back to regular warmth, and now there's like this tingling warmth that runs through you that you do recognize from when you use cantrips that you get a little bit out of your fingertips or hands or whatnot, but this time like it's full body. And you start flipping through the book and realize as you're flipping through that like the information is mixed in with whatever else you have in there. If each of you has your own personal touches that are inside there already, but there are actual spells and incantations spread out amongst them. And as you're flipping through loosely, one of them is going to just sort of jump out at you and catch your attention. So you each have one level 1 spell on top of your 2 cantrips that is going to embed itself in your memory for the time being. But as you're flipping through, a note falls out that either you pick up off the ground or you catch as it's falling or what have you. But it simply reads, picked you out on my request to help with a problem. I'll see you tomorrow at noon. And it's signed Josepha. So, befuddled and whatnot, you continue going home as you're looking through this. You just sort of like make your way back to where you were heading or continue with going to bed as planned. Definitely a little perplexed. Definitely not sure if you're dreaming this or not. But as you go to sleep and wake up and find the book still on wherever you left it, you kind of accept that something strange has happened, and given that you heard the voices of your friends during the process, you are kind of thinking of checking in with them about it. But as you're going through your day, actually, because 2 of you work together, I will have this be a spot check. Ave and Snips. I will leave it to your discretion whether or not you discuss this experience yet, or if you're going to wait until after work.
So Snips and Ave are probably the first ones in the tavern, actually in the bakery
I know, I
part of the
called it a
tavern
tavern. I
in
meant to
early
call it a
morning.
bakery. I'm sorry for that.
That's
Oh
fine.
no, it's both. So
Yeah, no, it's like a
Um,
double thing.
Yeah.
oh.
The bakery sounds like more the
Also, Echo
specialization.
just
But
gifted some subs.
Yeah,
oh,
I wanted to
Aw.
do a quick shout out to Yes I'm Baby, one of Echo, who's one of our players for our monthly Gentlefolk game. Just gifted 5 subs to some of
Hi,
our
Echo.
regular good old buddies. You gotta turn your camera off now, or else you change your
yeah,
positions.
you moved everything around.
I
But
just want to say
appreciate
hi.
it.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Echo. Appreciate
How
you.
dare
Thank
you.
you,
That was
thank you,
very nice.
Echo.
Thank you,
Yay!
Echo. Love you.
Also, slide aside, guys. I killed the bug.
Yay!
That's why I
the
IRL
was
true
sitting here
enemy
like
of
this, because I
tonight.
was like, I have bug guts on my hand.
Somewhere
The true
in the
enemy of
game
tonight.
world, a fly familiar has been squashed, and a person is very upset about it.
Oh, that poor person.
Well,
It should have stayed in the
I
tavern.
was gonna say, why is it in Elle's room?
It was inspired by
You
so
you
for
It's not
finally
even an
managed to
Opehc. It jumped dimensions.
you finally managed to apprehend the peeping Tom.
It was a meta fly.
I'm just if I look so distracted, it's because of that damn bug. So yes, I don't care if that fly's dead in the game.
Congratulations.
Snips,
Okay,
continue, please.
Ave and Snips are going to be the first ones
Yeah.
in the shop basically early on. And they're probably just being busy with preparing the doughs and
Mhm.
heating the oven and some stuff. And just while both of them are sort of kneading the dough and measuring ingredients and stuff, Snips just is casually look over and say something along the lines of, so something weird happened yesterday. I heard your voice and I also saw a little, I guess, mannequin or something like that. And I also heard the voice of the 2 others. Um, and I also got a book. Did something happen like that as well to you?
Oh, thank God. I was I thought I was going crazy. I'm so happy you brought that up first. Oh my God. Yes, something like she's got her arms like elbow deep in some bread dough. Like she is in there. And she's like,
Yeah.
"Yes, I did. Look over there." And she points out her book, which she has placed next to her grandmother's book. And she's like, "You see the one with the yellow stripe across the middle?
Yeah,
That's the
I was
one.
wondering how you got the second one.
That's the one." I put it right there because, well, it's inconspicuous. Looks just like my grandma's. But, well, hopefully
I
no one
mean,
else touches it. I'm afraid to touch it. It
I
felt
mean,
weird. Did you feel
mine's
something when you grabbed yours?
yeah, kind of. I mean, I've currently got it in my drawer because I mean, I'm currently making puff pastry. I can't really use a book with that
No, that's
because
completely fair.
that
Please
is
don't
so
bring a
annoying
book
to
into the puff
make.
pastry.
No, definitely not.
Mm.
Although I could bake it into a book shape. Well,
That
we'll
would
have
be
to
quite
discuss that
fun.
later. Yeah,
You
we
know,
have
we
to
could
discuss
do
that
that for
later. One.
Quill's birthday.
Ooh, good idea.
I think that'd be mighty fun. Nope, we're getting distracted, damn
Yeah.
it.
She'd
I
be
told
happy
you
with
we
We
can't
that.
always
talk
do
about
that.
other things when we're baking.
Sorry.
It's not your
We
fault,
might
my
want to
love.
check up. We want to check in with the others. Also, out of mine, when flicking through it, there fell something out. Just some kind of note saying something about expecting me in the afternoon.
Meet
And
Josepha.
so I might have to wait. What did you just say?
I got the same note. Pick 2 out. Meet me in the afternoon. Josepha.
So I'll have to close early then, I gather.
Well, we could always get. Oh, who's that new cook that we just hired?
Thompson.
Thompson. We can get Thompson to go into it. Well, now, I don't know. Thompson's only been here for a month and a half. I don't reckon he can handle this on his own. We'll just close up early and have him do some cleanup work.
Yeah,
You
sounds good.
guys
Okay.
end up having this side discussion about like the logistics of handling the business in the absence, and then you realize it's time to open. You start having to actually deal with
Oh, yeah?
customers. You kind of lose focus on this at the moment, and then the rest of you are going about your days. You're at the library sorting returns, and you're at the clinic just sort of like updating patient documents and like preparing some tinctures and whatnots for as people might need them to be replaced for stuff you use today. When the town square's noontime bell starts to ring, and you suddenly get that same desaturated sensation. You haven't quite seen the world go dim yet, but you feel that same chill from yesterday. And after the sixth bell, you do start to feel the world shift into gray, but it's no longer that the world around you is just turning gray, like everything is kind of vanishing into a gray. And by the 12th bell, you are all standing in what looks like a workshop of some kind, and it is just tables and setups, and it's just cold and gray and everything's very still, but the four of you are there and you can all see each other. You are all in more color than the rest of the space and are all present, able to hear and touch, and completely aware of like how weird this is. But now you're all suddenly in this new environment. I will say, Tanner and Quills, if you could each roll me a d20 just to check to see if you've ever been to Giuseppe's once or twice before.
Separate note, we have a hype train going on in chat, which is great. We're getting a bunch of bits going on, which is fantastic.
Oh.
Thank you guys for helping. Bye, Styles. Thank you for coming by.
Penny is going to make sure to keep tabs on that stuff. I unfortunately am so immersed in all this that
I
cannot keep focused.
I hate trying to do this while also DMing, so I feel your pain.
Yeah, but I love that there's someone else paying attention. I would have felt awful if we had not acknowledged it. That is fantastic.
We just got a complete hype train, which means lots and lots of bits. I don't know exactly what bits means, but it's great.
I don't either. It's like
I don't know what bits means.
100 bits equals roughly $1, I think.
Yay for digital currency. Oh. Thank you guys.
Yeah, basically that.
Yeah, Quills and Chan are.
It's currency, but pretty.
I rolled a 16.
I also rolled a 9, so I'm assuming that's not great.
So I will say no. With yours, you vaguely feel this place is familiar, but you're not sure why. Whereas Quills, and it makes sense that you would actually have been there more. I should have given you advantage on it, but this is still good enough where you're like, I've been to this place. I had to get something rebound here that was like all messed up. I don't remember when or what. Like, it's a little foggy, but like you've definitely been here to like fix a like you got some book back that was damaged beyond normal use, and you had to come to this workshop to get it put back together. So you have a loose recollection of that fact. But yeah, now the four of you are standing in the space. It's all still in that weird liminal existence that you experienced yesterday. You do all feel that same tingling that you had when you looked through the book, and as such, that spell that is jumped out at you is embedded and kind of like you remember it briefly at the beginning of this, but otherwise there is stillness and silence.
So Snips is still holding the knife he was using to chop some leeks for the food.
Nope. You brought nothing
okay,
with you.
Looks down at the hand.
Did we bring our books?
No, the books are not with you either.
Okay.
You just remember that one spell.
Okay.
Avi looks to her side looking for a sourdough starter because it was right there, and if someone touches that thing, someone's dying tonight.
I don't think we have to worry about your starter right
If
now.
If Amelia gets in there and steals my sourdough starter, I'm gonna kill her.
I also don't think Amelia is going to be our biggest problem right now.
She's always the biggest problem.
I'd say we have bigger fish to fry, but that would not be prudent due to the situation and circumstances.
So you guys know Tomas burns the bread a lot, right? Like, definitely should not leave him alone in the shop too much.
Yeah, definitely not.
He's got a good heart.
He's trying. Lord help him.
When I'm looking around, does anything here seem familiar to me? Do I have any recollection of where I might be or where we might be?
So the two of you working in the shop have no reason to have ever come here. You may, once Josepha comes out, you may recognize her as having come to fix something in the store itself. But that is a different thing. So
So it
that's why
just
the transplants
looks like a workshop, and no idea where we are.
Like, you definitely recognize tools. You definitely see what looks like either weapons or potentially armor, or like tools or plows. Like, there's stuff of all varieties here that are in different levels of disrepair. But it is all, and I will say right now, if you would all like move around and try to interact with anything in the room, you kind of touch it, but you can't seem to move or like shift anything on any of the surfaces. You just kind of make contact, and it just feels strangely spongy, even though you're not sinking into any of these objects.
So it's just like you can poke.
Out of curiosity, if I also use my shocking grasp, because that's specifically like a hand spell, if I use my spell casting in my hand while touching things, does that make it like any more physical, or is there a reaction or anything?
It does not cause the same sponginess. You do feel a stronger resistance of stability, but it does not allow you to move things, and you don't sense that the shock is traveling through the object as intended.
Gotcha.
It just sort of fizzles on your fingertips.
I'm also trying to just cast my mage hand and try prodding and poking around at some of the different things to get any kind of reaction out of it.
Do I dare do something stupid?
I can't hear you right now.
Hi. Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Welcome back.
Yes. Okay. So the mage hand, you do see it like pressing against things, and as far as you can see, you can't feel through mage hand, so you don't know for a fact if it's less spongy than your contact. But you still aren't seemingly able to move things with it.
Do I dare do something stupid?
Oh God, I was gonna.
Anyone here?
Is
move
I
on.
have a question just for dimensions. Is Josepha like human size?
Josepha's not in the room yet, but yes, she
No,
will be.
I know. I just want to know what like the shop like is everything geared
yes.
towards.
A lot of the
Smart.
tables are at you're like at eye level with the like surfaces. These are a lot of standing desks and that kind of stuff. So
So
yeah.
it's not even like so it's like with our arm length, we can't really even reach up to pick it up. We can just like touch it anyways.
Right. But I mean, there's those like shelves of storage, so like there are things you could be interacting with. It's just I'm letting you know that there's an ineffectiveness to that.
I just wanted an idea.
Appreciate it. I forget that I need to just point out to all of the viewers, I was not anticipating all of the players, all of them, all four of them, to pick small creatures. So I want you to all keep that in mind when, one, they were met with a small creature. That was supposed to feel weirder in contrast. And two, with what's coming next, the size differential is larger than I would have liked it to be.
We represent the lollipop.
The lollipop kid.
For all intents and purposes, we're the hobbits of D&D.
We are.
There's 4 hobbits.
But I did not accommodate for it. I have kept
I'm
everything
Pippin.
as is. They made their choices.
We made our choices, and I would like to point out that we also did not discuss.
No, we really didn't.
Not.
We barely discussed a thing.
Like, we all found out about a week after, where it was just sort of like, oh shit.
It's just some good luck choices.
Yeah, it was meant to be, guys. We made this bed, let's lie in it.
Echo, I love you. Thank you for getting the hype chain super high. I know you also need money. Please do not spend all your money on this. I say that with so much love.
Echo!
And appreciation for this.
Echo, we love
But
you.
holy crap, she Echo alone got us to level 5 hype train, which I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it's a lot.
Yeah, Echo, you really
Yeah,
did. You just
it's
popped
a
off.
lot.
You
Echo, we
popped
love
off.
it. Stop it.
Yes. So
I mean,
Said with love.
I think Echo's an adult, and Echo can do what they want.
Shut up, Griff. No.
Don't encourage bad ideas, Griffin.
Not a bad idea.
Well, you don't know Echo as I know them, so no.
Right.
I did not know level 5 is the highest you can go. We're at the top.
Yes,
We're
it is.
fine. We're capped. We're good.
And we're at 125% off level 5, so we're
Attention,
technically
students.
over
Attention,
level 5.
students.
I'm sorry. If I was not clear when I said stop, it meant you all stop, not the viewer.
Oh,
Amazing that it wasn't me this time. Anyways.
It is now.
Hey, fuck up. Start rolling with
So-
disadvantage.
Yeah.
You're in. That's fair. You're in this environment, and you have reached these limitations. You can see no other creatures here at the moment. You have about 15 seconds of interaction I'm going to allow, so if you would like to discuss with each other after poking and trying to move things. Bills, what is your contribution to that moment?
I think Quills is like... Quills is looking... Okay, let's be honest. Quills is looking for books. And what's new? So Quills is like wandered away, and she's just like, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. That might be a book. And so she's just going
There
up.
are a lot of books as you like kind of peek up over different surfaces. There are
And
a
she's-
lot of books.
Yeah,
They're
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm assuming she can't really reach. She probably can't reach most of them, so she's just gonna be like, that says, she's gonna be
No, that's
squinting and reading them.
There's definitely a couple times you can climb up and you can see like this one is about engineering and like it's describing like different levels of tension and like physics to like manage a plow to make sure it gets the most efficiency for the amount pull. And you're just kind of peek up. You can't turn the page, but you kind of like look over from somewhere and you see that book, while you can't read it from here, it definitely has something to do with whatever project is on that table. There's like books around that are being used for like specific purposes.
Yeah,
And
I think she stopped at one that's like propped open, so she's just reading the page while everyone else is doing whatever.
And there's, as you glance around, there's probably 2 or 3 that you're like, that one's out right now. That might be our copy. So this is at least someone who has gotten these books from the library, so you do feel like you're like, we might still be in town somewhere. Right, Snips.
Snips has stopped just prodding and poking around at stuff and is currently just trying to just get a feel for the room. I assume there are doors on some of the sides of the room.
There are 2 doors. One behind you, on the south end of what will be the map that's visible. Actually, Vinny, whenever convenient, there's no rush, but the map is going to become applicable soon. And right now, the map, I did not make a workshop map, I just have a grid map, but like behind you on the south corner, or south center, is a door that looks more like an entrance, whereas the north center is another door which looks like it leads into a room inside the same building.
Okay,
It has
so
that lack of ornate versus ornate.
So Snips is just going just basically into the middle of a room and is just going to look at the left door, look at the right door, think for a moment, look at the left door, look at the right door, and is kind of unsure what to do right now.
Okay, Tenor?
Forgot to turn my mic on. I am still like, after dealing with that with the like spongy material thing, my hand is kind of just traveling. Like I'm walking around, like looking around just to check things out, but I'm also just like touching surfaces to like see if that like weird consistency continues, to see if anything ever changes. Not even for like specifically trying to like do something. It's just me being like curious because it's weird.
At most, you do notice that like wood feels spongier than metal, and that like leather feels differently spongy than wood. Like there are differences, but they're so not effectively different, but there are tactically different.
Gotcha.
But not in any significant way that changes how you interact with them. But yeah, you are noticing that like what you're interacting with does seem to reflect some level of reality, but you're definitely somewhere just outside of that level.
If I like touch myself or like go over to like one of the others and like push, does that do something?
Who do you push?
Who am I near? We'll go with the Baker Boss. I'm gonna go over to Ave and just like, Ave, I just need a test, and just like,
yeah, you poke yourself, you feel stable, and then you poke Ave, and Ave feels stable, and Ave, it is your turn. So, what is your response to that compared to the rest?
Tanner, I know you are a scientific man, and that you are quite the researcher. I need you to get your hand off my boob, please.
This is just verifying my theory that I made when we met.
You didn't have to have me do a titty grab.
Feels like a reverse consent problem.
I know that you don't mean
yes, you have
anything
to.
by it, Tanner. I know you don't mean anything by it. However, now is not the time, nor will it ever be the time. Apologies, good sir. Please get your hand off my boob. Thank you. If she walks away from that,
next time I will specify body part.
Good idea.
I will, from this point forward, note that this is a consent-heavy game, including reverse consent, but I appreciate the comedy of the moment.
Blanket consent to Poppy because
blanket
I give her enough.
Okay. Ave, do you have any other interactions you want to highlight before we move on?
Oh, Ave. I do want to clarify when she says that, she says it with a smirk. Like she's joking with him. Like she's not taking this very seriously. I do want to clarify that. I realized I forgot that y'all could not see my face, and I was smiling through that.
Yeah.
That's my bad. She was messing with him, you know.
Cool.
His hand wasn't actually on her; it was just on her shoulder and everything. She was making a joke. Anyways,
That's great.
or like near the
I like that much
collarbone. Let's
better.
say that near the collarbone. Let's say
just enough to get him to flinch because he probably wasn't looking. Love it.
Yeah.
That's that bullet.
Oh.
Yeah. She kind of wanders around a little bit, looks at something, and she's a bit older now. You know, she's grown up a little bit from the days when they all met. But there is still that impulsive part of her brain that's like, what if I set fire to things? Does that change things? And her hand flickers with the produced flames, but then she extinguishes it like, no, that's stupid. Don't don't burn down the ghostly realm.
I will say that you do produce the flame, but you actually roll me a perception check in that moment.
Oh god. Okay. Hold on, I have to pull back up my thing.
It's just information. It's no panic yet.
I panic.
I panic.
21.
Okay, so yeah, you definitely you pop the spell and you close it, and as you're about to move in, you're like, I didn't smell any change of ozone. I didn't smell that burst of smoke, even though that nothing really burns when I do that, but there's always that sense of change. You didn't even feel it.
Cool. As soon as that happens, she looks over at her research buddies, and she's like, hey, come here. I want to show y'all something.
Not after what just happened. Thank you.
I'm so... oh my god.
Also, I
didn't even touch you.
Also, I put a redeem to hydrate in there, just so everyone in our group has to hydrate, just to be safe. So, everyone, please hydrate.
Thank you.
I don't have any... Can I do it later?
As long as you do it later, yes.
I will. I promise.
Next time we need to have water on site. But yes, I understand.
Okay.
Alright. I need... Oh, that's the player's version. I need the DM's version. Here we go. So, as you are all in this moment, you hear, or you suddenly realize that in the midst of all of this silence, grayness, coldness, and these weird differences of tactile affect or effect, you are becoming more aware of a thump that seems fairly steady. And after a few moments of you all sort of exchanging glances and awareness of this, as each of you sort of tunes in, you're kind of checking with the group, and they're all like, yeah, me too, in that silent way. Through the north wall, a large armored figure sort of passes through the barrier as if it were transparent. Or,
oh no.
Untangible. I forgot what the word is.
By
Uh,
large, do you mean large to us or just large in
no.
general?
Large. So, like, you are small. There is a medium for normal people. This is large.
Oh, yay.
I just wanted, like, because I'm sure for us humans look large, so, like,
Yeah.
context is
No.
key in this in this game.
You will
Please.
see on the map in front of you, on Owlbear Rodeo, that the creature takes up about 15 feet by 15 feet, where you all, at best, take up 5 feet by 5 feet. And I generally
And
have you
I'm
moved around to different parts of the room, but it is carrying a large weapon. A gigantic, oversized greatsword compared to you, and a smaller, normal-sized sword that it's using as a dagger, but it's basically like just a thicker, like probably a greatsword for you, whereas this is a greatsword for it. And you realize that the ceiling above you that you haven't paid too much attention to doesn't seem to stop at a normal space of like where the rest of the room seems to stop. It just sort of like fades out into a fog. And so as it like holds its sword up, it just sort of disappears into the cloud of it before it like smashes down towards center, inadvertently directly at Snips, where it does not make contact, but like just thumps, and you do feel this moment where you didn't feel the flames change of environment. There's like a wind that comes off of that impact.
Snips just instinctively just kind of jumps back a bit. Just the what's that?
And over all of this, that same chime from yesterday kind of looms in, and these two sparks of light appear in the corner as the same little creature fades into view for a moment and says, "Good luck," and then fades back out.
Rude.
Shit.
I don't
You all
like
have
him.
no weapons, you have no armor, you have 2 cantrips, you have 1 spell. You have whatever number of mana points your proficiency versus constitution bonus have allowed you.
Plus, not versus.
Quills, you are up first. Good luck.
boy. Well, Quills has Eldritch Blast. And she's just gonna instinctively go, "Oh."
Roll a fire.
And that is okay, so 3d4. So let me clear. Rolled an 8.
For hit or for damage?
Roll for, well, does an 8 hit? Well,
An
does
8
it?
doesn't hit. That's
8
what I was
doesn't hit.
wondering. So there's a
Well,
spellcasting attack versus the spellcasting
well,
damage. So if
did
you
I
roll
read it?
3d,
Yeah, I rolled 3d4.
Did you roll
3d4 is
Oh
probably
no,
the damage.
that's the damage. You need to roll to hit first, which is
Oh.
a d20 plus whatever your
Yeah,
modifiers
okay.
are.
bonus
My
on your
bad.
character sheet.
My bad. I was
No worries.
just, you're fine. Okay, so wait, roll 1d20.
I did also tweak some of these spells, so they are looking at a version
Yes.
that probably might not have included that information.
Oh, it's fine. You're
That's for
fine.
the
I rolled.
viewers. That was for the
Okay, for
viewers.
hit, 13.
13 will hit.
13. Okay, and then
So
I'll
then
do
it
the
was 8
3d.
damage?
Yes.
Perfect. So you fire off this spell, and the armor, you like jam it right in between 2 of the chunks, and the eyeless helmet kind of turns towards you as it emits this burst of light in your direction, and I need to check to see if a 12 is going to make contact.
Well, let's see.
Again, you have no armor
yes.
at the moment, so whatever your natural AC. Okay, I didn't know for sure, but you will take 8 damage as it blasts you right in the chest.
Okay. All right. 8 damage. That's okay. And I have 8 hit points, so.
You were already down.
Yeah, I'm down.
Wait, 8 hit points or?
You are level 6, aren't you?
Yeah, you're level 6.
Like 6?
Yeah.
Oh, 6. Okay, 6. Then regardless, I'm down.
No. You
But you
are
should be
level
at level
6, and your
Level
first
6.
hit points at level 1 is 1d6, so 6
don't math,
plus
I'm
your
sorry.
constitution modifier, and
Yeah,
then
Let-
1d6 plus con for every level after.
let Griff explain.
Yes, please.
Sorry, audience. Apparently, so I did create a lot of unique variations on the character building, so I can see why this might have happened. I should have checked for it sooner. I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
So level 6, you have roll, or actually, you're just taking the median. So whatever the average is, take your Constitution modifier.
Okay.
Plus 4 each. It's 4 points each level then. Because it's a
So
D6.
what's your Constitution modifier?
Plus 8.
What's your Constitution modifier?
No,
that
it's
first.
plus 2.
Plus 2.
Yes.
Yes. So that's 12 to start, plus 4 per level. So 4 times 6 is 24. You are running at 36,
38.
I want to say? 38? 38, thank you.
38. Okay. Thanks for the math. Okay, so now I'm at 30.
You're at 30. Good.
Thank you. Thanks for the math. Thank you.
All of us
I
were
don't
like,
math.
wait, you're dead already?
Yeah.
This is
we know wizards are not strong, but damn.
I math will be hard. I'm sorry.
You say, Griff?
No, it's okay. And that was one of those things that should have been done ahead of time, and I apologize. This is why I'm calling this session 0.5, because it's not quite session 0, but we aren't finished building characters yet, technically.
It's okay.
Wonderful. So you take a solid hit to your torso, and you are going to reel from that, but you have just learned a lesson about casting magic at this thing.
It was just like an instinct. Just okay. Never mind.
Snips. You see that go down? What is your move?
So I see that go down, and it's you said its eyes kind of turned towards her and just fired off that beam. Which means it's currently not focused on me, so I'm probably safe to step away from that greatsword gingerly by about, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 feet or so.
Are you on the owlbear? Do you want to move
should
that
I-
on your own?
should I move?
Or... Yeah, you're allowed to. Absolutely.
Okay, 10, 20.
Each of those
like
cubes or each of those squares is
here-ish.
5 feet, so you can just estimate. Perfect.
No, I just took 4 squares. I think that 1 square is supposed to be 5 feet.
Correct.
Okay, good. So just 20 feet back, and I'm going to cast my mage hand in the tray form, just like a little serving tray. And
We have cleared ahead of time that he can use Mage Hand either as a hand or as a tray for job purposes.
So I'm going to cast my mage hand as my action as a little serving tray, and I'm just going to have it float around on my torso portion, and just use it as some kind of impromptu shield should anything try to attack me.
By all
I don't
means,
know
take
if
a
this is going to work.
No, yeah,
I'm
take a
just
+2
trying
to your
to.
AC.
Don't hit me.
Take a +2 to your AC for the time being. Absolutely, I will allow that.
Very nice.
That is clever as heck. Do you have any other actions you can take on your turn?
I mean, casting Mage Hand is an action, so
yes, but
not really.
Bonus actions, what have you? I don't know.
I do not have any bonus action cantrips, so no.
Chenor, you're next.
All right. I'm going to see it attack one of my friends, and run straight up to it, and tell it to leave them all alone. Don't be a bully. And I'm gonna try to just. It's wearing armor, you said, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to slap it with my shocking grasp.
Oh, interesting. Cool. Do you need to roll an attack for that?
I do, and I get advantage if the enemy is wearing armor.
That's what I thought. Good. Hit it.
Alright. A 1 and an 11. 11 plus 5, 16.
Alright, I am just going to make sure you are on the map in range for that movement.
I'm gonna
16 will hit.
Move to this side of it, actually.
Okay. 16 will hit.
And at this level, do I do the 2d8s that it would be?
Yeah, you're doing it as the enhanced version.
Cool. So 3 Plus 2, 5 damage. It also loses the ability to do bonus actions or reactions.
Oh, that's interesting. So as I
Until
said,
your next turn, or
until the start of its next turn.
I will say that at the because it doesn't have turns, and that I will note that for the audience, I did not anticipate that effect. So I will need to make a quick ruling in my head, but because my monsters are reaction based, I will say that this precludes its ability to have its normal reaction to a melee or magic attack, and that it is stunned in any case, but I will not let it sit for the entire round if it has another option for it.
Fair enough.
But yeah, you basically attack in a way that does stop it from doing what it would do in that moment, because it doesn't get its own turn.
Yep. And I go to the other side to try to get its attention away from Quills. Like, no, hey, over here.
So it will turn to you and kind of like turn as if it wants to do something, but it can't. What is the damage again? I apologize.
5 lightning.
Okay. Cool. And Ave, you're next.
Cool. Hold on, let me get back in there. Oh shoot, you're right in the line of fire, bro.
You have movement, bro.
I do have movement, but if I move, then I get more people than just you in it.
I will say that it's also like 10 feet taller than any of you if you want to just aim up.
Well, I don't want it splashing down on him. That's the issue.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I didn't know if that applied or not, but fair.
It might. I don't know. All right, cool. I look at this guy. He looks kind of incapacitated, right?
For the moment, yes, but it seems very short. But yeah, you have the opportunity.
Okay. Shoot. Why not? We're gonna try it. You said each of these squares is 5 feet?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna move 5, 10.
You have a measuring tool on the side as well that you can use.
Well, well,
This
you know.
for future
Luckily,
knowledge.
this map is pretty forgiving, but yeah.
Oh no, wait. That's too far because it's a 30-foot line. 5 foot across and he's 40 feet away from me.
I mean, if you want to say that you moved at an angle, you can move 2 feet or 2 squares north, and that'd still be okay.
Okay. Let me see. Right here?
Yep. And then that puts you within 6 squares, no problem.
Oh, not that one. This one. All right, cool. I'm aiming for this side. So trying as hard as I can not to hit Duder over here. Shut up. And I am going to cast Tasha's brew.
That's why you were worried.
brew.
I see. Yep.
But it is within it's 5 feet wide, so it should not hit him. It shouldn't.
Shouldn't hit Channer or shouldn't hit the creature?
Shouldn't hit Channer. If I'm aiming for the far end of the creature.
Yes. I accept that entirely. Channer is not at risk.
Cool. So it's a stream of acid emanates in a line of 30 feet long. Must succeed a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Let me find my spell damage real quick.
That's a 13.
It's a 13. The save DC is a 13.
Oh, then I do pass. It is a meet.
Yes, you do. I know. All right. Well then, damn. Okay. Does it at least notice that I aimed for it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I look over at it and I say, "Hey, ugly, come on. I can give you some real good to eat. It'll tear you the fuck up."
What's the damage on the actual attack? I missed it. I'm sorry.
He's not touched. He succeeds a dexterity saving throw or be covered in acid.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I see what
So
you're
he's
saying.
completely not hit. But
I
it
forgot
flew
to
right
cancel
in front of his face. Because I aimed up at him.
It does fly by. He does have that reaction. He does take 3 steps forward and then just he brings his weapon up slightly as he's taking the steps forward, and then does like a sweep around the room. So I need everyone to roll me a dexterity saving throw. And I'll take them in order. Don't shut it out. Quills first.
Let me roll. 19.
That passes. You are untouched. Snips is next.
14.
You are going to take 4 damage in a light brush of the swing.
Ow.
Chanor.
2 things. One, I got a 20, and 2, this Twitch is going to automatically run an ad in the next minute, so I would say after this round of getting the numbers, we take a 1-minute break.
That seems fair. You are undamaged, Ave.
5.
Ave, you're going to take 9 damage total.
All right.
And you do all notice that as the blade swings around, it's not an impact moment, but like it passes through where you are, and you just feel part of your like energy just ripped away in the moment. Like there's something spectral about this that is throwing you off, even though it did respond to the metallic aspect of the shocking grasp. But,
That's not good.
it sounds like we're about to hit an ad break. I wish it wasn't happening right now. I feel like I'm usually good at stopping on time, and we have like 8 minutes left, but I will hold, and we'll take a moment.
All right, I'm running it now. I mean, the nice thing, I think I'm running it. Minute remaining? Yeah, cool. Awesome. It is running now. Yes. Sorry about that. No, apparently it's just an automatic thing that Twitch does.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
stupid.
Which is annoying.
They just included
you can adjust it a little bit. Like you can
give me 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
You can pick the time. You can pick the time, or you can just wait for it to automatically do it. So I just wanted to. I've been putting it off because the last one we did during our break, there was just no way to. There was no way to avoid it.
We'll learn to incorporate it better, but that's fair.
It's only got 20 seconds left. Mel gave us a hydrate, and Echo / Yes I'm Baby gave us a posture check.
My posture is shit.
I can't see.
I'm gonna go grab a bottle, a cup of water.
Gotcha. All right. It is going to be done in 3, 2, 1, and we're back. We're another 20 minutes clear.
Hello, everybody. There's a moment where people took the moment to grab water because we got a hydrate request. So thanks for that. But
yep.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Sorry about that.
All right. So everyone has kind of had a moment to act and interact. I will say that aside from Poppy not having camera on, I cannot see Snips' camera right now.
Oh,
Snips here.
Yes, I am. Hi.
Snips
Can you hear me?
That's all I need to know.
Okay, nice.
All right. So we're going to go with the next round. So all of that occurred. We're all having a moment. Quills.
Hello. Okay. So, is he looking at Avi now? Or is he looking forward at Snips?
Took the blade, lifted it up, did a quick, full spin, and is now just sort of, looking at the ground with one hand planted, sort of, prepared for whatever happens next. So he's, crouched down lower than before, maybe at about 7 to 10 feet high.
7 to 10 feet high. Okay.
That is now looking at the ground as far as you can tell by the helmet. I will note that you have not been able to detect eyes in it, and you did just see that some of the damage or effects to or from it don't quite follow physical mechanics.
But is his body facing
His body is facing somewhere between Snips and Ave at the moment. Or you are on its back left.
I'm on the back side. Okay. So I'm going to cast Silent Image for my action. And I'm going to put my Silent Image kind of between Snips and Avi, kind of. And it says that I can do up to 15 feet, so I'm going to do the max 15 feet to match his height. And it's going to be almost a mirror image of the creature, just to kind of throw him off.
Gotcha.
All
right.
And he's standing upright, so he is physically, the silent image is bigger than he is at this moment because he's crouching down.
Interesting. So I do have it on the map as you, but larger with a ring around it. But yeah, that is going to be a reflection of the armored creature that is attacking. And as it lifts its head and sees that, it's just sort of like there is this moment of delay and everything else does. So I will note that each other person's turn, if you're doing a melee, spell, or ranged attack, you will have advantage in its confusion. It doesn't change the fact that it can react to what you did, but it will be a little bit delayed in everything after this moment because it is right now very confused. That is fantastic. Do you have a second action at all in your... I know your arsenals are very limited, so I am asking this knowing that a lot of you don't have bonus actions available right now.
Yes, I do not have any bonus actions, and I'm going to stay where I'm at.
Cool. Snips?
So Snips just witnessed the longsword, you said? Or broadsword? The broadsword going through him with the little metal tray of a mage hand just in front of him, and that didn't do anything. Then another giant metal suit of armor appears right next to him. So he's getting the hell out of dodge. And
that's fair. The rest of you don't know that that's a ploy.
Yes. So
Yeah, my
Snips is going to use his action to get the tray to float under him, step on it, because of the changed rules, the tray can carry up to 50 pounds, and Snips weighs 30 pounds. And he's going to use his whole movement to go about 20 feet away from that new thing that just appeared, and about 10 feet up, if possible.
I will say that, yeah, because it's Mage Hand and you have an extended movement on Mage Hand, you could move up to 60 feet with the Mage Hand movement if you're climbing on top of it for sure.
Right,
So, yeah.
because technically I'm using it right on my person.
Yep.
Okay, in that case, just put me right here, but 15 feet up or so.
All right, sounds good. So you have taken a nice retreat position and gotten ready.
Sorry, I want to help, but just things keep appearing next to me.
Yeah, how you think I feel?
Because it's like behind.
Anor, do you have an action?
It's gonna unfortunately be a lot real rinse and repeat right now. I saw it hurt two more of my friends. I'm gonna say, hey, no, you stop, and try to hit it again. Because it kind of worked last time, so I'm gonna give it a shot. 18 plus 5, 23 to hit.
Absolutely.
2 plus 6, 8 damage, and again, no bonus action reaction.
One thing I don't think I made clear to the players, but if you roll higher than the AC of the creature by by double or more, you do double damage automatically, and you did, so that counts as 16 damage total.
Ooh, good to know.
Very nice.
Doing that. And from there, because you can, as halflings, we can run through large creatures. I'm going to run between its legs and try to get his attention over here and say, "Hey, you're gonna stop that now."
Its head does turn towards you, and the eyes light up again to blast, but as you come around and confront it in that way, there is a delay in the moment, and it gives Ave a moment to act before that fires off.
Cool.
That's also accumulative from the fact that it's being confused twice now.
Ave, seeing this other thing appear, she goes, "Oh fuck!" And you did this to her. Thank you. Hold on.
I was thinking it would protect, but I guess I didn't communicate well enough.
No. It's
And it
okay, hold
confused
on.
everybody. You succeeded in confusion, it just confused everybody.
Which could work to our advantage in some possible ways.
If it doesn't kill us.
It won't kill you. The other thing will.
I don't know that.
Okay. Avi is going over here, if I remember correctly, because I just measured it. That's nope. That's 30 feet. And she looks at Chandler and says, "Dude, stop getting in way of my fire. I'm trying not to kill anyone important.
I'm trying to tell it to stop.
Is it working?
I mean, you keep hurting it.
I mean, it hurt me first. Technically."
That's enough reactions. Continue. I appreciate the moment.
You know what? I'm gonna try and confuse it more. I get up Mage Hand, and I send Mage Hand to tap it on the shoulder. So that it turns the other way.
Oh, thanks.
Roll me
No, not towards you. The other way. Like towards me.
Roll me a deception check or a persuasion check, whatever seems appropriate.
Well, which one's higher? Oh, my persuasion. Persuasion's definitely higher.
You're definitely just trying to convince it to look a direction, so I feel the need to make you like try to see if you can get its attention in the process.
9.
I was gonna say, and I was gonna let it go, but take advantage on the roll because everyone else had advantage on their attacks. I feel like it's appropriate that this is still, it's still your d20.
What the hell's going on? 10.
Okay, so you do get the like dunk dunk, and you shout the thing, and it's still kind of like locked in on
Son of a bitch.
And it will power up and about to fire the blast when suddenly like the whole body of it sort of smokes and dissipates, and the burning of the eyes just sort of like fizzles, and the creature that gave you the book reappears in the corner and just says, or kind of like walks towards the middle of the room looking at the like larger copy in like interesting confusion before turning to the rest of you and going, "You passed the concern. You are ready for your appointment." And at that, it vanishes again, and Josepha, who I do not have an icon for, so will be represented by this leaf, kind of steps in between where the two of those weird aberrations exist, as all of that like saturated middle ground vanishes, and you guys are now just in her workshop as she stands at one of the tables, just like, "Hey, so sorry for all the theatrics. Tito is a effective ally, but not always on point, and I needed to have a few layers of certainty, and having people chosen based on aptitude is one thing, but having people chosen based on bravery, willingness to protect one another, and a sort of concern for the environment around them during combat was also a bit essential. I will say that none of you have flagged any concerns, which is good. You may have still passed the test, but there would have been stipulations or limitations if that were the case. I am Josepha, and I welcome you to my workshop. You look familiar. I work at the library. Oh my god. Actually, there's one of these books over here that needs to go back, and it's probably a week overdue. I am so sorry. But, yeah, no, nice to meet you all. This is all sort of my fault, and I apologize for disrupting your lives. How are you?
What does Josepha look like?
Actual hell.
I love the perfect cacophony of full response from everybody.
What does Josepha look like?
Josepha has short curly hair, is wearing glasses, is wearing actually, as she like presents herself, she's taking off a cooking apron and hanging it on a hook, and like puts on a workshop apron and like is
Bestie.
dressing in that. And it's just sort of like dark skinned complexion of somebody from Central America. And otherwise very slight build, but obviously doesn't look weak given how much leverage they have to work with constantly. But she is very, pointed, astute. She's not missing any beats. Yeah. At most, her most striking feature might be the fact that her eyes are hazel instead of brown or even golden brown.
The first thing Quills is gonna do is gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna dissipate the creature. Silent him.
That was very clever, by the way. Nothing I had prepared was ready for that level of deception. I guess I wasn't expecting Leto to come up with anyone who was going to be that indirect, but that is fantastically resilient. I will note that both Snips and Ave can smell from, like, as the door closes behind her as she's, like, switching aprons, you can smell that there's something cooking in the other room. And there is a lot happening there. But for the purpose of time, I am going to hand wave slightly here. We have 2 minutes left on the official thing, and I'd never like to run over if I can avoid it, and a lot of this is just generally flavor anyway, so we will do a lot of this conversation at the start of next time. But for the moment, for the purposes of speed, Joseph is going to basically present you with a problem, which will happen next time. He's going to offer to outfit you with some equipment to solve that problem, which will happen officially next time, but the weapons and armor that you choose will basically be provided by her, including the uncommon and rare magical items. And for the purposes of the current conversation, all you have to worry about is that she looks up at the ceiling, and where before, when you looked up, if you follow her gaze, you would have seen that smoke from that liminal space. You now see that there's like a number of like rectangles hanging off the ceiling that don't seem to make sense in their size and purpose until she murmurs some words, and the table that's in front of her that has a bunch of equipment on it that is clearly in the middle of being repaired disconnects from its base and starts to float up as one of the other ones lights up with a weird circuitry underneath and starts to like shift positions with it and locks into place that way. And you see a bunch of place settings with chairs sitting over them where the chairs sort of auto set themselves in front of each place setting. And as she like mumbles a few other words, the door swings back open and a bunch of unseen servants come through, which you can kind of sense just from the footprints and like the general shimmer that they accompany, even though they're not blatantly visible, as they like place down food in the center of the table. I hope you will join me for dinner. I have some problems that need solving, and apparently Leto and now I believe that you might be the best people to help.
What the actual hell?
Snips is just going to slowly descend on his serving tray until he reaches the floor, and still eyes the ceiling kind of suspiciously because
Yeah, you do see like eight tables up there. Like there's 8 different surfaces, and you have no idea what the other ones are for.
just looks at it and just never mind. So what was that?
It was just a test.
No! I mean the thing we were fighting. What was that?
Oh, so I have, and she like points to a corner, and you see like the same style of armor, and she's like, I kind of took the components and structure of it and presented it in a semi-illusionary, spectral form in order to actually present combat options and give you a sense of danger. You were never at any real risk. I know a couple of you don't feel that way, and I apologize for that, but it was essentially necessary to make sure that you were the type of people who would not flinch away from threat.
Cool.
Yeah, Quills is just like rubbing her chest like, ow.
The food will make you feel better. Aside from being nourishing in general, it is all mildly enchanted with restorative properties, so this is part of my apology.
Could you show me that?
Yeah, I'd like to see that as well. I think that would be amazing.
We can definitely chat. I'm happy to share information. I just lack the breadth of skills necessary to handle the completeness of this problem.
Oh.
But first, let's have a few bites, and then we can talk after dinner if you are all... I would like to just get to know you in general before then.
I have a quick question.
Absolutely.
You zapped us away, which, you know what? I understand. It's fine. However, My sourdough starter is still out on the counter with the can open.
Yeah, to that. And one, yes, I apologize for the disruption. Two, Leto, would you please get the door? And the little creature moves its way across the room, and it doesn't quite jump up to reach the door, but the arm sort of extends as it gets up on its tiptoes, and it latches it, and you
Like
out the front.
Elastigirl.
Well, it gains joints. It's not so much stretching as much as the components shift. But
Looks
as it
like
opens the
romance
door,
partner.
you see that the rest of the world outside the front door is in that gray pause. And she's like, "We're not losing time at the moment. You'll be back essentially within a few seconds of loss. At most, if you were mid-need, you may need to repace yourself. But I promise you, as disruptive as this is to your personal minds, it is less disruptive to everyone and everything else around you, including your business."
Well, so long as my sourdough starter doesn't get ruined and Emilia doesn't get her dirty, grubby mitts on it, we are all good.
Okay. And Leto sort of closes the door and then just kind of those little shining, disturbing eyes in the shadows of its face. And she's like, "You have done well." And she takes out a little gold coin and flicks it towards it. And the jaw, which the mouth is lined back further in that kind of Joker weird way, but in that way the puppets can dislodge their entire face. The mouth knocks back, the coin catches it in its mouth, it swallows visibly, even though it does not seem to have any actual organic body parts, and it says, "The agreement has been met. Until next time." And then just fades out of existence.
Oh god, that's gonna stay in my nightmares for a long time.
Just goes, "I know, I'll explain all of this, I promise, but for
I don't
now..."
know if that's gonna make it better.
I'm not sure I want to know
Quills
what
is just
that was.
I think Quills is just trying not to laugh at that.
Josepha sort of nods, and otherwise, unless anyone has any pressing business, we're going to call it closed. 4 or 5 minutes over, which is I don't like, but I'll take. Given all the technical stuff and our delayed start, actually 5 minutes over, I'm going to accept as being perfect.
Yeah, we did it.
Pretty good
considering.
The viewers at home, I am renowned for starting on time and ending on time. This is just the first time in a while that I've had to worry about streaming as a side note. So
the streaming
there was a learning curve today.
Adds some stuff, but next time we should be good to start right away, which means we should end basically on time next time. Which Griff, do you have any announcements or anything you want to share before I finish take us out?
Nothing blatant. I mean, if you my tag is on screen, I assume for Griffin_S.
Yep.
So yeah, if you're on Instagram, please feel free to take a look at my work. I am definitely in need of commissions right now, but otherwise I have no announcements.
Cool. We have plenty of other amazing people here too, giving Griff the special shout out being our DM. Check out our links, join our Discord, and hang out with us. Come back Friday for a lot of stuff. Stay safe, stay respectful, and we will see you guys next time.
Bye.
I'll be here next week.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.